We're going to start this next committee meeting. If we can get everybody to take their seats and get the BESE members back up in their seats. This is so thin. It doesn't deserve. How many do we have? That's counting that stack too?
No.
What issue is that? Okay. I'd like to call this committee meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Dr. Beebe?
Present.
Dr. Beebe is present. Ms. Beaufy?
Here.
Ms. Beaufy is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Mr. Garvey? Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Present.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill? Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee? Mr. Lee is not in attendance. Dr. Moranti?
Present.
Dr. Moranti is present. Ms. Orange Jones? Ms. Orange Jones is not present. Mr. Romer? Mr. Romer is present. You have a quorum.
Okay, let's do some housekeeping. We have 40 or so speaking cards at 3 minutes apiece. That would be 2 hours roughly of speaking at the regular 3-minute apiece rate. The chair is given leeway to determine the length of speaking options, and I'm going to have to cut that down if we cannot consolidate some of these. These are basically two issues that are the cards have been put in on, the charter school issues and J.K. Haynes. If we can get some of these cards to consolidate and pick one person to represent several cards, I can assign more time to the speaker under that situation. Otherwise, we're going to have to go to, I guess we can start at 2 minutes and see how that goes, and if the agenda is dragging on too long, cut it back to 1 minute. But if we can get a group of people to pick one representative, we could assign more like 5 minutes to the speakers. So if you would, if you have put in a card and you know other people that have put in a card, if you could pick someone to represent several cards, I think you will have a more meaningful opportunity to express your comments than if we take all of the individuals individually. With that in mind, let's take the first agenda item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I add
Mr.
one
Romer.
thing, I would also suggest if they agree to do that, that you still read into the record the names of the cards if people want that read in. So
We'd be happy to do that.
Your first item is on page 1, item 2.1, consideration of Type 2 charter applications in response to the 2013 request for charter school applications as recommended by the State Superintendent of Education. The department recommendation is to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Mr. Bradford.
Second.
Mr. Gio. Do we have any comments by BESE members?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you very much. Members, I just wanted to lay out some fundamentals on this, just some basic facts. Number one, you have in front of you 4 recommendations for Type 2 approvals. We did have other organizations, however, these organizations withdrew their applications in the course of the process, and I want to thank the DOE team for working with them. I believe that that is a positive development to get to a point where groups realize that they're not yet ready to apply, rather than to have a set of rejections that there is disagreement about, and so I commend the team for that. With respect to these 4 applications, you approved other applications at the August meeting, and we told you at that time that we had some further applications that for varying reasons were in process, and you'll note that several of these are applications that were considered by the local board and then ultimately were not accepted by the local board, but did receive a positive review by the independent reviewer. And so I want to talk a little bit about that. You'll also note that one of them, the Cajun Butterflies application, you've heard about before. This is the situation where for 90 years kids from Louisiana were attending a school that is in their town but is across the state line in Arkansas. The Claiborne Parish School Board recently ended that 90-year arrangement, and thus we are seeking a permanent charter school solution so that families can continue to have that right to choose. That is in this group as well. So let's just talk about the three. You have one application for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System, that is the GEO Foundation, Greater Educational Opportunities. They have a stellar track record elsewhere in the country, including data that, according to LSU, shows a very positive student achievement outcome. They were reviewed by SchoolWorks, our independent reviewer, and achieved very, very positive feedback. We are recommending them for approval, and they are seeking ultimately to serve students in grades K through 12 in disadvantaged circumstances, including recuperative services and after-school, night school type services, which will be a very unique element of their model that they'll provide in East Baton Rouge Parish. You probably have read in various settings about the two applications from Lafayette. One is for the Lafayette Charter Foundation's school operated by Charter Schools USA. I can tell you, members, that I had the privilege to visit recently the Lake Charles Charter Academy. Several of you were involved in the vote that created that academy some time ago, the first charter school in Southwest Louisiana. I spent a morning with them last week, and it was a very, very favorable and positive visit. I was impressed with what they're doing and very thankful for it. The second is the Louisiana Achievement Charter Academies operated by National Heritage. I can also tell you that I have a long history of observing their work in Baton Rouge, also in other parts of the country. And they are proposing, both of these organizations, to start schools in Lafayette Parish. I'm happy to talk at length about some of the questions that have arisen in various articles about those, but I can tell you that they were also approved by by an independent reviewer. SchoolWorks was not the reviewer on the National Heritage application because they already do work across the country to review National Heritage's schools. There would have been a potential conflict. To avoid any even appearance of a conflict, we had a third party that was not SchoolWorks do that review, and the review was very favorable. Finally, you have Cajun Butterflies. That application, as you know, is for a charter arrangement that sends funds to a school board across the Arkansas Parish line in exactly the same arrangement as has been the case for 90 years. This is a novel arrangement, and as such, we had some early discussions with SchoolWorks about whether or not it met their original parameters. It didn't, because it was such a atypical kind of application. But ultimately, we got to a point where even though they originally did not meet the SchoolWorks bar, we had reconciliation and understanding. As with previous meetings where you have approved a temporary arrangement, we are now proposing your support of a permanent arrangement to reinstate these parents' and kids' rights to attend a school in their hometown that was, for whatever reason, taken away from them by the Claiborne Parish School Board 2 years ago, or earlier this year. Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions or respond to comments.
Okay. Ms. Hill?
Well, I have several concerns in reference to two of the charters out of the three, well, rather four that we are asked to approve. One of the charters is the GEO, the Greater Education Opportunities Charter. After doing an intensive research on each of these charter schools, one of the things that I was able to discover is that currently the GEO Foundation is being sued for further investigation for hostile work environment, wrongful staff termination, fraud, and misuse of funds, which raised a concern for me that they're operating in Colorado and they have a lawsuit currently is under investigation. Another thing, that audit was being conducted in reference to the school funding, and however, they currently have a $551,000 deficit that they failed to include in a final statement to the Department of Education in Colorado. But not only that, my major concern as well is the community outrage in reference to parents boycotting against the GEO 21st Century School in reference to teachers using extreme punishment techniques on students. 2 teachers were suspended for weeks for hitting students with drumsticks and touching them inappropriately. So I have a huge concern for me as a charter operator that's coming from out of state, doing my research in reference to the kids that we're serving here in Louisiana, to grant them a charter when they already have current negative issues in the state that they're currently conducting business. So I just wanted to point that out because that raised a major concern for me and for the children that we serve. Secondly, the other charter school that, and maybe before I move there, maybe Superintendent White, you can elaborate on this issue.
This specific one, not the second one?
I say maybe you can elaborate on the issue.
Sorry, I thought you said you had another concern.
Yeah, I'll just wait until you.
Sure. And I believe the GEO Foundation is here, by the way, Mr. Chairman, so whether now or whether later, I'm sure they'd be happy to respond. I can tell you that we have tracked down some of the employment issues. We've traced all of them to a disgruntled former employee who had raised concerns. We investigated them with the GEO Foundation and saw no validity. I would also just tell you that I think this organization is providing services in ways that we badly need. While the daytime model is a college preparatory model, for example, the evening model is a recuperative model for overage and undercredited high school students. Second, the effect size in both reading and math that they showed on a recent LSU study across the country is among the nation's tops and tops many of the successful charter school organizations here. So the opportunity to have kids go from early childhood all the way through college in one continuum and to have overage, undercredited, at-risk youth served in a night school environment, we think is a great opportunity. Finally, I would say that this is an organization dedicated to procuring their own facilities. So they will add to the facilities capacity of East Baton Rouge Parish and add, therefore, to the public good.
Okay. Well, I guess my concern is in reference to SchoolWorks, since they were the third-party evaluator, hoping and knowing that they operated in integrity, that with these findings from a BESE rep, it's very concerning, in my opinion, in reference to our children. And I understand, regardless of their academic record, but they're currently under investigation in the state of Colorado. And to grant them a charter to come here to service our children, I think that's inappropriate. However, the next charter is the National Heritage Charter School. And one of the things that I find out about the charter school, that this charter school, that was information that was allocated from the Department of the Education Department. The National Heritage School in Michigan State has been placed in a focus category for low-performing test scores. Out of 74 schools in 9 states, including 46 in Michigan, only 2 National Heritage schools are in the highest category for achievement. So I have a concern and a problem with that as well, because if this is a school that we're granting a charter here in Louisiana and they can't perform, their test scores are not to the level of the education department, why are we going to extend a charter to them as well? So these are some major concerns for me, and I hope other board members will take this in consideration when you think about voting for these charter schools and for the best interest of our children.
Okay. Thank you.
If I could just respond, I'm sure that representatives from that organization can respond too. Our data contradict your data, Ms. Hill. Number one, they outperform nationally the average education management organization. They outperform groups, for example, even like Achievement First, which operates in other states and has one of the nation's highest outcomes. In Michigan, I don't know what data you're looking at, but I actually see that averages, in spite of the fact that the students are 64% free and reduced lunch, averages approach the statewide average in both literacy and math, and that on our own LSU study they show a significant effect size. Also, Inspire Charter School in Louisiana has a big increase from 2011 to 2012 of 15 percentage points reading proficiency. And I'll just tell you, I have overseen schools in 2 states associated with this organization, and they're nothing short of stellar, and they focus on low-income kids. So I guess we must be looking at different information.
Well, I'm not surprised that LDOE data is contradictory to my data in reference to the Department of Education in Michigan, but I just wanted to point out those issues so that the public will know what type of charters that we are approving from out of state, and these raise major concerns for me as a board member, and I wanted to make sure that the community was aware.
Ms. Bradford?
Yes, Mr. Garvey, if the GOE people are here, I would appreciate hearing from them regarding some of these accusations.
Do we have a representative?
To our LDOE staff, do we have representatives from GO here? Thank you.
Could you state your name, please?
Yes, hi. Good morning. My name is Dana Johnson, and I am the Vice President and General Counsel for GEO Foundation. And I can assure you that GEO Foundation has never been under investigation in Colorado. So we are not currently under investigation and never have been. What you found truly were vicious rumors that were placed by a former employee who was terminated and was not particularly happy about it. So there were no investigations, and we are not currently under investigation at this time.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have a
Ms.
question.
Bradford?
Yes.
Would you like to follow up?
No, that's fine. I just really wanted to hear from them.
Okay, Mr. Romer?
Oh, I didn't have to follow up for her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Romer?
I just wanted to mention that I had the opportunity to visit one of the charter schools, the National Heritage Academies runs, and here in East Baton Rouge, as a matter of fact, a Type 1 charter school. And just for what it's worth to board members, it was a fantastic day. The classrooms were dynamic. The students were engaged. The teachers were engaged. They had a parent room, which I found to be interesting to allow parents to visit the campus and have a place to be. It was very. I was very impressed. And though they're young in East Baton Rouge, they've made significant gains, and they've been one of the better providers around the country. So just anecdotally, so you'll know, I did visit their campus here in Baton Rouge, and I was very impressed.
Okay, Ms. Bofi?
Well, while we're talking about that school, I appreciate Mr. Romer sharing his experience. There's just a few things. Two of the four are in my BESE district, and so I've heard from a number of constituents on both sides of the issue, as you can imagine. And so a few of the things I think is important to talk about is, one, a concern about where the location of the board meetings will be for the National Heritage Academies, because it is going to be under a statewide nonprofit board. And so I think it's important for us to have those conversations so constituents know how they can continue to engage with this local board over time.
Okay. Mr. Superintendent?
Are you asking for a response as to where those meetings will be?
Yes. Yes.
If we have a representative from National Heritage, I can't commit their organization to where they're going to hold their board meetings.
Well, and if they're not here, I'd like to offer that as a state board
I believe
member.
they are. I believe they are here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can we get your name again, please?
Good morning. I'm Megan DeCracker here on behalf of NHA. It is our intention to rotate board meetings so that they are board meetings are available to the constituents, and we will have meetings in Lafayette Parish as well as in Baton Rouge. And if the need arises, we'll make sure we have meetings in every area that the constituents require them to be.
Thank you.
Okay, can we get you to fill out one of these orange cards, please? You have it ready and we have it in the stack? Okay. And Ms. Johnson, if we could get you to fill out one of the orange cards for our records, that would be very helpful. The orange cards are over here.
I have a question for.
Yes, Ms. Hill?
I wasn't finished.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Ms. Bofi?
Thank you, Chairman. So the other things that I wanted to point out are issues that I was able to talk with the Department of Education about, and I know that they've been covered in the media, so I just think it's important for us to have the conversations. One is the third-party reviewer, which the superintendent addressed when we got started. Another was about an audit that NHA, a concern from a constituent over an audit that NHA did not disclose. The department let me know that it's something that they looked into and that they're comfortable with. And so I think it's important for people to be aware of this to begin with. I also want to talk about the population that these groups will serve, because I think it's important for my constituents to know that there are state laws that have been around since 1995 about what is required of charter schools, and that the charter school applicants will be held to those laws by the board, who would be their authorizer, and that they are going to have to serve the population of kids that the local public school system serves, and that it is the expectation of the board that that happens, and that we will be following up to make sure that it does indeed happen. And then the other thing that I wanted to talk about, because it's also received just concerns, and I've been able to meet with constituents about it, was about the partnership that the state and the local districts created for the review, the third-party review, which is required. And apparently there were some questions about the timeline in that partnership. And so I have talked to the department from the beginning of this process and understand that the intent of the partnership is to be good stewards of public funds. It's required by our tax dollars that we do the third-party reviewer. And so I have asked that the department in the future add more clarity and make sure that people understand and provide more information. But I do want to point out that the intentions are good intentions on part of the department, and that this is something that, as a board member, that I'm aware of and have also talked to the department about in terms of making the process stronger in the future. And so I thought it was important to address each of those relative to this particular charter, since another board member had brought this one up.
Okay. Ms. Hill?
Yes. Maybe someone can, from the charter operator, can answer this question. My question is, in Michigan, they categorize National Heritage Academies as a focus category, which are schools that were considered, had low performing scores. So could you elaborate on why you guys were placed in a focus category with some of the schools that you guys are currently operating in?
Sure, and just to be clear, there's only one school that National Heritage Academies operates that was placed in that focus category, and that is Lansing Charter Academy in Lansing. Based on the Michigan top to bottom ranking, which involves a number of factors from the Department of Ed in Michigan, we were placed in that category. That is the only school that is placed in that category, and a number of our schools are also in the reward category and are outperforming and beating their local districts.
And let me just also add that most school districts in Louisiana have at least one school in the focus category. And oftentimes those are schools that are serving very disadvantaged populations. And given that National Heritage averages 80 to 90% students free and reduced lunch, I know they'll be well equipped to serve those kids, but I want to also acknowledge that that's part of the background on that question, Ms. Hill. The schools take challenging kids.
Okay. Well, I guess that was a concern of mine. I know you say you guys only have one, but according to the Michigan.gov document, they say you guys have a dozen, more than half, in that focus category. But that's here nor there. I just wanted to
Ms.
know.
Hill, I may have misspoken. We only have one in the priority category, and so I apologize. 1 out of 47 in the priority. So my misstatement.
Okay. Would you like to add anything else?
I would like to, if possible, give Pastor Jay a moment to speak on behalf of the board, if that would be okay.
Okay. Have you filled out a card?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Jay Miller from Lafayette, Louisiana, lifelong resident, father of 5 boys, and pastor of the family church there in Lafayette. When it comes to education, I wear many different hats. I'm the president owner of a private school, just under 1,000 students. I also am part of the public school system in the sense that I volunteer 2 hours a week to teach at Northside High School, currently doing a financial planning and career planning for juniors there at Northside High. When it comes to charter school, I serve, of course, on the statewide board of LACA, so I'm committed to education in so many different ways. Also, as a pastor, I serve on a Lafayette area pastoral council. Several of those pastors are here with me today, and we serve to come alongside Dr. Cooper and the Lafayette Parish School Board and to support their 100% in, 100% out program. So I wear a lot of different hats and have been part of education for almost 22 years as a professional. With that said, we have looked at charter school groups that we could partner with. One of the things that we loved about NHA is they take full responsibility to raise funds, which is sometimes a burden to the local charter boards to have to put so much time and energy into. They help take care of all of those different things, different aspects. We've also researched a number of providers of charter schools, and we toured the facility in Michigan from National Heritage and interviewed several different providers, and looking at their track record, looking at their history, and looking specifically at their Baton Rouge, East Baton Rouge Inspired Charter Academy, and the setbacks that they had originally, and the hurdles that they were able to take care of, and the improvements that they were to make, and to be regarded with the Department of Ed as one of the top 20 performing schools. We looked at all of that information, and we're happy to partner with NHA, and even have looked into this New York question of financial accountability in relation to rent that had been charged. We looked into all of those different aspects and are totally confident that NHA will be able to provide the services that are needed for the demographics that they're looking to serve in the Lafayette area.
Thank you. Okay. Anything else? BESE members. Okay. Hearing none, let's move on to our speakers. Our first one is Representative Pat Smith. Could have her come down and sit on at one table, and while she's coming up, if we could have Wilson Viaton come down and wait in the at the waiting table. Ms. Smith?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm very concerned about the issues that Ms. Hill brought up regarding the charter for GEO. And while individual has come to the table and said that these are not true allegations, if Ms. Hill found those somewhere, internet, or did her research and was able to talk to people, just somebody coming to the table to say that it's not true and it's just a person, a disgruntled employee, there's no proof of that. But I am very concerned when we begin to look at the third-party organizations who look at these charters, bringing them into our urban districts, minority students, and then looking at the requirements that we ask them not to have, such as transportation, and knowing that oftentimes when transportation is not allowed, then for those schools that many minority students are not going to be able to get there. You brought up in your conversation Superintendent White, and you made the comment about Inspire, looking at their score, but Inspire is still failing, even though it did go up. So the point that I'm trying to make is that in third parties, these individuals coming from out of state, I don't believe that you are doing your due diligence in ensuring that these charters are coming into our state, coming into our districts, and are going to do the best for the children that they're going to be taking into their schools. I am very concerned about what I heard Ms. Hill say. And if you yourselves as BESE members have not done your due diligence to ensure yourselves that what she has brought forward is not true, then I can assure you that this is probably going to be another charter that's going to fail because you didn't do your due diligence as a BESE board and members of this board. So I'm very concerned about it and just wanted to let you know that. Thank you.
Ms. Smith. Mr. Viaton?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Board, I'm Wilson Viator, Mayor of the City of Youngsville. I also have Mayor Longenday here, City of Broussard, and we'd like to kind of testify together.
Did he fill out a card?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Two birds with one stone.
Thank y'all for having us, and we're testifying in favor of this charter
Okay,
school.
let me mention 2 minutes, if you could keep to 2 minutes, please.
2 minutes? Okay.
Yes, sir.
So we got 4, right?
Yes.
Okay. We're in favor of charter schools here in Lafayette Parish, and the main reason is the problems that we have in the Youngsville-Broussard area. We have a lack of facilities to accommodate our students. Youngsville, along with Broussard, has been the fastest growing area in the state of Louisiana for the last 20 years. In the last 2.5 years, since the last census, when we grew 106%, Youngsville has already grown another 46% in 2.5 years. We have 3 elementary schools, they're 2 A schools and B schools, very competitive, very good schools. That's one of the reasons our area has grown, is because of these excellent schools. We have excellent parental involvement. We feel that if you we see that this is the only way we can get a new facility built in Youngsville. We feel that this charter school coming in, making this kind of investment of $15 million in a new building, having to compete for students, which they will have to, because a parent in Youngsville will not send their child to a school that's not a very successful school. This charter school is going to have to be a successful school. It's going to have to be an A school, or these children will not attend. So I think because of the competition, that we can assure that this charter school will be successful. And we're in full support, my council is in full support of this charter and bringing this charter school into the Youngsville-Broussard area.
Thank you.
I think Wilson's pretty well covered it. I've been in office about 27 years, 4 councilmen, and 23 years as mayor. I've been involved in 6 referendum school boards, 4 of which I supported. The last 2 failed miserably. I have no confidence whatsoever in the school board. I think that I'm not comfortable with the way the money's been spent, and I really have no illusions that I think that charter schools can fit the bill, in particular Broussard. We are absolutely the fastest growing area in the state of Louisiana. Our numbers are pretty much mirror the same thing. In the next 10 years, we expect Broussard, Youngsville area to double population. And what do? So that's pretty much it. I support charter schools.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Bridget Nealon. If we could have her sit at one table while we have Ferdinand Penez come down and sit at the other table. Thank you. Ms. Nealon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Bridget Nealon with the Louisiana Association of Business and Industry, and I would just like to speak briefly in support of these charters. These are the most fundamental grassroots parent and local official movement to improve education that I've seen in a long time. The applications are excellent. The support, as I know you'll hear from additional speakers, is unprecedented, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nealon. Yes, sir. And
thank you.
We have with you.
I came to translate.
Because I apologize because my English is still limited.
Okay. But can we get your name too?
Carlos Harvin.
Do we need him to fill out a card?
I filled one in already.
Thank you.
If I made any mistake, he can correct me. My name is Fernando Perez, and I came from Cuba. I am a director of the Spanish organization in Lafayette. And the idea like I support charter school is because I believe in education. And I believe charter school working is something like is missing in public education right now. It's parent involvement. And charter school requires like the parent working close to the school and helping the children in the area duty, homework, etc. As a member of the Spanish community, I believe charter school is a good opportunity for my community in specific because bring other opportunity to learn. That's it, like we support charter school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next two speakers are Dr. Mary Cook and Jan Swift. And Ms. Cook would be, thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Cook, and please excuse my voice. I am the president of Lafayette Charter Foundation, and as a group, we recognize the fact that the majority of the schools on the north side of the parish services the majority of the at-risk, impoverished, and at-risk students. We also recognize that the population on the south side, which would be Youngsville and Broussard, are overpopulated, but they do have pockets of at-risk students as well as pockets of poverty-driven students. And we have partnered with Charter Schools USA to assist us in giving the parents and the students an additional educational choice. By doing so, we are capable of providing 3 state-of-the-art schools with a robust and rigorous curriculum emphasizing technology and, excuse me, college prep. It is our belief that if we do not step in now and assist the school board, Lafayette Parish School Board, in dealing with their challenges, educational challenges for our students, that each year these challenges are not addressed, we lose a population of students who will never meet their educational potentials. Thank you.
Thank you. And while Ms. Swift is speaking, can we have Melinda Ringo come down, please, and sit at the other table? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Jan Swift with Upper Lafayette Economic Development Foundation.
I'm sorry, that was not for you. Please, go ahead.
A key component of Upper Lafayette's mission is to improve the educational outcomes for all children. As just said, Northern Lafayette Parish has historically had lower performing schools, in fact, failing schools. This reality has negatively impacted the growth and prosperity of the whole region. We've endorsed Dr. Cooper and his turnaround plan, and as a member of LAPESC, the Lafayette Parish Education Stakeholders Council, Upper Lafayette has also endorsed high-quality charter school applications that meet the standards of third-party reviewers. I'm here today to ask for your help. We're asking you to support both applications in front of you. We feel that time is of the essence and that the children just can't wait anymore. Thank you for your time and consideration of our request.
And thank you for your brevity. While we have Ms. Ringo speaking, can we have Judge Jean Thibodeau come down, please? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. My name is Melinda Ringo. I have 2 kids that attend the Baton Rouge Academy Mid-City Charter School of the USA. I like the school because they have concerned teachers, always with a smile on their face and concerned about the kids' physical and emotion. They're always working with the kids, letting the kids know that they can do anything that their little heart desires to be by studying, reading, and more reading. Also, the Baton Rouge Charter Academy has a volunteer that involves the parent. The principal and the deans is always here to hear your concerns and problem, and they address it as your concern and problem. They address it right then. Since they have been at the charter school, my kids' grades have improved. They're always eager to learn, and they also, their self-esteem has been lifted. The charter school are the best thing that ever happened. I am very impressed as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you. And while Judge Thibodeau is speaking, can we have Jay Augustine come down? Augustine? Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Then can we have Virginia Jones, please? Yes, sir. Yes.
And Superintendent White. I'm Gene Thibodeau. I'm from Lake Charles, not from Lafayette, but Lafayette is very similar demographically to Lake Charles and is also very similar culturally. I'm deeply committed to education reform and particularly the charter school movement. I'm the president of 2 boards of trustees of 2 charter schools in Lake Charles, both of which are managed by Charter Schools USA. One has been open since 2011. The other was opened last year. Both schools are doing very successfully academically, and we're very proficient fiscally. I'm here to give you my experience as a charter school board member from Lake Charles. I've got the statistics on our performance, both fiscally and academically. I can share that with the board if you wish. I know that our time is limited, so I'll defer to any questions you might have. I can just simply say that our schools operate, there are 5, we have 2, K through 8s, and we are opening a high school next year. Both of our high schools, within a 5-mile radius of our 2 schools, there are 10 elementary schools whose scores are D or below. Most of our students come from those schools. Despite those low-performing schools and despite the influx of those students in our schools, we are very proud of our academic performance in the last 2 years. I can give you the specifics if you wish.
Well, instead of going to those specifics, Superintendent, can you verify, in your opinion, they're doing well academically?
I did. I did a visit to the school, as I said before, to one of them, I should say, and was very impressed and very grateful for all that the board and the administration and the teachers are doing.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Lake Charles Academy was the only school that showed growth in 2013 in every subject on both I-LEAP and LEAP.
Thank you.
25%.
Thank you.
We have $1.5 million cash.
Always a good
Thank you,
position to be
Judge.
in. Okay. With that, we will go to Miss Virginia Jones, and if we could have Miss Nicole Teal come down. You wave? Okay, thank you. We appreciate that. Could we then have Miss Valine Jones come down and sit at the other table, please? No? You wave too? Okay. Then could we have James Finney come down and sit at the other table, please? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I'm Virginia Jones, and I'm a member also of the Lafayette Charter Foundation in Lafayette, and prospective board member, pending approval. I visited the school in Lake Charles, and I have never seen kids so enthusiastic to learn, and teachers that were so enthusiastic also. Their program's a little bit different from the way that we teach, I would say, in Lafayette Parish, but it works. It works. And I'm also for Dr. Cooper's turnaround plan, and that's also working. I am for charter schools, and that's what I'm here to say. And I believe it will be a great opportunity for Lafayette Parish and for the kids who really need the education. We have wonderful teachers, in Lafayette Parish. I'm not saying that we don't, okay? We really do. But these charter schools will help and add to what we need. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And while Mr. Finney is speaking, can we have Kathleen Espinoza come down, please? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm a parent in Baton Rouge of 3 graduates of a public school. First, spelling matters. The charter application indicates Greater Educational Opportunities Foundation as the operator. The Secretary of State does not have such an organization. They do have Greater Education Opportunities. If an organization can't spell their name correctly on an application, I'm not sure we should trust them to run a high school. Furthermore, Mr. Garvey, competition is not always a good thing, in response to your question from the last meeting. Mr. White, you're on record objecting to federal interference with state educational decisions. I object to state interference with local educational decisions. I believe the 3 local school boards had good reasons to turn down these charter applications. I don't see any reason that it's appropriate for you to oversee the properly elected local school boards. if folks in Baton Rouge, Lafayette, or the parish in North Louisiana don't appreciate the decisions of the local school boards, they can either wait till the next election and pick somebody else, or there is a procedure for recalling unacceptable school board members. Don't trust all the stories charters tell you. They lie. And Mr. Augustine may regret his decision to waive, because I'm about to call him out on his promise that the Charter Schools USA new location in Baton Rouge would be to serve the kids in the Gardere neighborhood. And then his organization put a piece of property under contract that is just outside that neighborhood, which makes it much more unlikely that all the kids that he promised to serve are going to be able to walk there. You should consider the damage you're doing to the schools left behind when you just willy-nilly approve any charter that comes your way. They do damage to the remaining system. In terms of the big schools, the big school systems that have issues with some poor performing schools, it is a fact that when you have enough students and the local authorities are astute enough to make special programs for those high achievers, then the way the accountability system is set up, the students of less exceptional aptitude will be in schools that won't get good grades the way the system is set up. It doesn't mean they're good schools. It just means that the system is set up to punish schools with high poverty and without exceptionally smart students.
Mr. Finney, if you could wrap it up.
Yes, introducing a selective charter, even a well-run charter, does not necessarily improve the outcome of the educational system for everybody, even those students. And back to your point on competition, when a charter school fails, it's the children that suffer. The folks from out of state have already gotten their money, but the kids get bounced from school to school to school. So I would urge you to trust the local school boards in deciding whether charters are appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Espinoza, and while you were speaking, can we have James Chavis come down, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kathleen Espinoza. I represent Swamp BESE. I'm a parent of 4 children currently attending public schools in Lafayette Parish. I want to urge you to not recommend these applications, not only on the merits of the applications themselves, but on the merits for the process of review and approval. It is woefully lacking. When opposing viewpoints of the merits of for-profit charter schools meet in the venue of an elected body such as this, it is imperative that both sides play by the rules. The Department of Education, a powerful advocate for the expansion of for-profit charter schools in Louisiana, carries a particular burden to not manipulate the rules in such a way that renders a lack of confidence in the public's ability to understand and respect the process of review and approval of charter schools. In addition, the department must not inhibit in any way the ability of the Lafayette Parish School Board and the Board of Elementary and Secondary Education to render a fair judgment. I hope that the board recognizes that in the executive summary presented to you today, that it indicates that all third-party reviews were conducted by SchoolWorks. I hope that is corrected for the public record. That in fact, as indicated by Mr. White, one of the applications was reviewed by an outside reviewer. In a review of the state contract, in my own review of the state contract, in a conversation with the Department of Education yesterday, and in an online search, I discovered that the third-party review was conducted by a company called Sarsfield Solutions. It is my understanding that this is a one-man, one-year-old operation without a corporate address. Perhaps, I suggest to you today, that Lafayette Parish and the taxpayers in it did not get their money's worth for a third-party review. The Memorandum of Understanding not discussed or agreed to by our school board and the 2013 request for applications outlined a clear process for approval that ended August the 14th. There was no amendment or appeal that was generated by Lafayette's failure to render a decision in a timely fashion, though these mechanisms were in place as outlined by the MOU. Instead, through a public records request, it was apparent to me that the Department of Education arbitrarily extended the process for approval to facilitate an outcome it would consider favorable. This does not engender confidence in the Department of Education's ability to set advocacy aside and allow open, public, and fair discourse of what many of us feel is a bad idea for all children. I ask that you render a decision today that respects the will of our elected school board and the autonomy and independence of the Lafayette Parish Public School System. Thank you.
Thank you. While Mr. Chavez is speaking, could we have Mike Helmer come down, I think it is?
Members, it might just be worth me responding to a couple of those points. On one of them, the reviewer who was mentioned in the last comments has 10 years worth of experience, including leading the review work at a charter school authorizer for a major university. So the statement that it's only a 1 years of experience is incorrect. Secondly, with respect to the timeline, the Lafayette Parish School Board Administration followed the timeline as laid out in the law. They made a determination about the charter within 90 days of finally receiving input on the application from the public. That is the timeline that's specified in the law, and there's been no noncompliance. Third, your review of this is not bound by that timeline. So essentially, that is a Lafayette Parish School Board question. You are reviewing this application now that they've made a decision. This board is not involved in that timeline at all.
Mr. Chow.
Mr. Gorby,
Ms.
I'd
Beebe?
just like to question or ask clarification from Superintendent White. So Superintendent White, this one-man authorizer, when did BESE approve him? I know that we approved schoolwork, so I had no idea that we had approved another authorizer.
You approved schoolworks as a contractor, as a contract. You don't have to approve the specific authorizer. In other words, you don't have to authorize the independent reviewer. You established a contract, a financial contract with that group. But you did not approve it as a specific group that you had to authorize. Secondly, I would just add that the attempt to ensure that there is not an ounce of conflict in all of this, to ensure that an independent reviewer truly is independent, is I believe, a positive development, and I believe actually speaks very credibly to the process that we would not involve someone who had any experience reviewing the group that's in question.
Okay, Mr. Chavez.
I think most in here can agree that low-performing schools are commonly low-funded schools. I do not support the schools that are being proposed for Lafayette Parish, being poorest of the poor, a son of sharecroppers whose mother and father had second and third grade education, the oldest of 6, all of whom have graduated from high school. 4 of the 6 did graduate from college. The other 2, career military, the other a 40-year LPN. Having said that, though we were able to break the barrier of social and economic injustice, many did not follow. And Louisiana has a history in terms of letting us fall through the cracks. I went to a school where the teacher had a desk and children had a pencil and paper. First grade, see Tom run. Tom can run fast. Run fast, Tom. 6th grade, we got new sets of books with 1 or 2 in the set. Most were used with 4 or 5 names in it. High school, we got a new high school building with a science lab that had water but no gas, so therefore in our lab we were unable to conduct experiments. So the game goes on.
We are proposing charter schools, and the money's going to follow the students, most of which in Lafayette Parish will not serve the poor and the neglected and the ignored. You don't have to go far to see the end results of neglect over the years. Only a few blocks from here, there are plantation-style homes where people have yet to escape the horrors of being poor and ignored. So I say this, as I lay down in my mother's moss mattress, infested with fleas from the barnyards that we worked during the day, being stung by mosquitoes in poor houses that had no screens on the door, I ask myself, is this how we're supposed to live? And for many of today, they're not living, their life is a living hell.
Thank you. And while, I'm sorry, who do we have? Mr. Helmer? While Mr. Helmer is speaking, can we have Jeremy Hidalgo come down, please? Let me remind you, we have 2 minutes, and when the timer is going, if you hear it go off, please come to a conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Mike Hefner. I'm a parent of Lafayette Parish. Been following and a supporter of Lafayette Parish schools for 28 years now, both as a parent and as a former board member. I wish I could rise in support of the charter schools that are being proposed for Lafayette Parish, but at this time I cannot. It's a difficult thing because I know a lot of the folks that are on those two boards, those local boards. They're friends and acquaintances. I hope they remain friends and acquaintances after my comments. But I have some concerns right now with the way not so much a charter application is, but what the effects may be, the unintended consequences of having two charters coming into a school district that right now enjoys a B rating. One of them is the location of the schools. We have one of them that's proposed, and they're two schools in the two most exclusive neighborhoods in Lafayette Parish. One of those is in an area which is a Youngsville-Broussard area, which the mayor testified that those schools are AB schools. There's not going to be a lot of kids that have at-risk problems. We have at-risk kids there. You just don't have the concentration of them that we do in other parts of the parish, which is more in our northern part. But the other school district is going to be in an exclusive development going up there. With no transportation, those parents will not be able to get their kids to those schools. I do share, though, the concerns that the mayors of both Broussard and Youngsville have with regards to overcrowding. I do a lot of student demographics, both for Lafayette Parish as a former board member, but also with parishes throughout this state. I do know what the effects are, though, on charters. I do know what the effects are with student distribution with regards to parish-wide programs. They don't come in nice, neat blocks of 20 or 25. They generally are scattered throughout, and that's where my financial concern comes in. If just one of those operations is fully fills all of their seats, it's going to have at least a $16 million impact on the Lafayette Parish school system budget. If you have both of them that are filled to capacity, it's going to be close to a $30 million budget hole. We're not going to have an offsetting dollar-for-dollar expense reduction for the loss of income that we're going to have. It may be, at best, 25 or 30%, because they're going to come from all over the parish. I'm also concerned whether they're actually going to be able to meet the needs or attract enough of our kids that are truly at risk. I'm so concerned about that right now. I've already started discussions on trying to develop a consortium to develop our two F schools in Lafayette Parish to a Type 3 charter, because I think those kids need some very concentrated needs. The lack of funding that we may have is probably going to put in jeopardy the ability of the school system, which right now can build those facilities for Broussard and Youngsville. We have the financial means to do so. But it will also put into jeopardy the ability of the superintendent to even fund his turnaround plan. So by moving forward on charter, we may actually have an unintended consequence of denying Lafayette the ability to be able to move forward to be a first-class system because of the lack of funding, because of the siphoning off of students and the money that goes with it.
Thank you. Yes, Superintendent.
Just a quick question. If it's going to defund the superintendent's plan, why does the superintendent support these charter schools?
The stated purpose was to address the overcrowding. The superintendent himself said he didn't believe that the academics that the charters brought were going to be any better than Lafayette Parish. This was at a public board meeting. but that we needed help on
Could you
building
just,
these new schools.
I apologize. Could you just answer my question? If the superintendent designed the plan, I've seen the plan. He also articulated the plan's budgeting, but he supports these schools. So why would that be?
Superintendent and I disagree. He believes that there will be a corresponding reduction in expenses. So we will get the new schools at very little cost to the school system.
Got it. Thank you.
I do not believe that.
Thank you.
Okay. The next speaker is Jeremy Hidalgo. While he is speaking, can we have Alvin Kelly come down, please? Okay, thank you. Then can we have Bruce what? Kongu?
It's Conk.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Hidalgo, and I'm a citizen and a parent in South Lafayette Parish, more specifically District 9, the Youngsville area. Thank you for allowing me to speak here today. Despite any and all rhetoric that may have been said or may be said today, on behalf of myself and my family, I'm here today in support of the resolution that was unanimously passed by both Youngsville City Council and Broussard City Councils, which is also supported by both mayors and both local chambers of commerce, to approve the charter school applications for Lafayette Parish. I realize that city council members their job isn't to serve the educational needs of the community's children, but they do serve the parents of those children, and their voice should be heard. Therefore, I ask that each of you join me and my family in support of the respective city council's resolution and show your support in the way of your vote to approve the charter school applications. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your brevity. We appreciate that. And while we have Mr. Conk speaking, if we could have Mr. Scott Richard come down. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bruce Conk with the Greater Lafayette Chamber of Commerce. And in the interest of brevity and expediting this meeting and getting us to lunch, I've also been asked to speak on behalf of LePesc. You've heard the name mentioned several times during testimony. LePesc is a Lafayette Public Education Stakeholders Council. It was founded in 2009. It represents 13 diverse organizations and institutions in Lafayette Parish, including the University of Louisiana Lafayette, the Greater Lafayette Chamber of Commerce, the Lafayette Parish Sheriff's Office, 100 Black Men of Greater Lafayette, State of Greater Lafayette Black Chamber, Concerned Citizens for Good Government, the Citizens Action Council, United Way of Acadiana, Greater Southwest Louisiana Black Chamber of Commerce, 705 Young Professionals, Lafayette Parish School District, Upper Lafayette Economic Development Corporation, and the Pew Family Foundation. So I should get me at least 5 minutes, right?
Did they put in cards?
Yes, sir. I am speaking on behalf of LePesc, which did turn in a card.
Okay, yes.
And just as a final note on LePesc, we represent over 7,000 stakeholders in Lafayette Parish. The Greater Lafayette Chamber of Commerce and LePesc both believe that charter schools serve as an important tool for improving our overall public education system in Louisiana, and more specifically in Lafayette Parish, where, as you've heard, among other things, we are challenged with providing instructional facilities to educate a growing student population. Certainly, we support efforts which assure that charters maintain full transparency and accountability to taxpayers and are held to appropriate performance and accountability standards. In an effort to advance high-quality charter schools, we believe that applications that meet the standards of third-party reviewers recognized by the National Association of Charter School Authorizers should be strongly considered. Given our general support of charter schools as an option, both LePesc and the Greater Lafayette Chamber of Commerce have monitored the progress of these applications under consideration as they worked their way through the process at the local school board level. While we do not take positions on specific charter applications, we trust that you and other educational leaders will do the due diligence and play your role as authorizers in the best interest of our public school students. Therefore, we urge you to fully consider the request before you as an option for improving public education in Louisiana and in Lafayette Parish. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we have Mr. Richard speaking, can we have Mr. John St. Julian come down, please? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Garvey, members of the committee. In regards to the Cajun Butterflies School, the exec rec is somewhat unclear in regards to that this school will actually be located in Arkansas. Is that correct?
It will be incorporated in Louisiana, but the educational services will be provided in Arkansas as they were for 90 years prior to the school board ceasing allowing students to go across the line.
And we currently have a pseudo-shadow school of sorts in place right now to allow that to continue through Delhi Charter School, correct?
Delhi Charter School is the fiscal agent, yes, for allowing students to continue that choice that the school board stopped.
The bottom line is I don't think, or on behalf of school boards across the state of Louisiana, there never was an intent of local citizens in Claiborne Parish to vote for property millages and sales taxes to support public schools in Louisiana to flow to Arkansas. You had a local remedy to the issue by the local school board there, and now this board chooses to insert itself and micromanage local issues and go around the local decision makers. We hear a lot about local decision making and local choices in this building. We don't have that in this instance. On the Lafayette Charter Schools, you also have a subversion of local authority by this board inserting itself into a local decision where over a majority of the school board voted to address the issues at the local level. Now this board is inserting itself into a local matter. There's also some very concerning real estate related deals in this entire process in the Lafayette situation that we're not sure if those issues have been properly vetted, given the fact that both charter operators are for-profit entities. And finally, we would respectfully request, that you reconsider your recommendations today for the reasons that I just mentioned, mainly due to the fact that local decisions were made at the local level. However, the way the laws are written, it allows this board to insert itself into those local decisions and circumvent those closest to the communities of both respective areas. Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent?
May I just offer the perspective that while I don't disagree with what, Scott, you say from a kind of politics and governance perspective, I believe this is actually an attempt to honor the principle of local by the most local solution, which is the idea that the parent should have the decision as to where the child goes to school. And so not to say that I disagree with any of the facts of what Scott said, but I wanted the board to understand that this is an attempt to put the decision in the hands of locals. It just happens to be the parent local, not the board local.
Thank you. And while we have Mr. St. Julian speaking, can we have Dr. Michael Walker-Jones come down, please? Yes, sir.
All right. My name is John St. Julian. I'm a citizen of Lafayette Parish, grandfather of 6 children in public schools, and a former professor of education.
Could you get closer to the mic, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is John St. Julian. I'm a grandfather of 6 children in the Lafayette Parish schools. I'm a former professor of education. I want to bring up an uncomfortable topic, something that I think most of us would prefer to forget who lived through it. In the 60s and the 70s, the state of Louisiana tried previously vouchers and charter schools. It was transparently about race and income segregation. I'm not saying that this is transparently about that, but at least in Lafayette Parish, the charters and the placement of the charter schools that would be put in Lafayette Parish, if you abrogate local control, will inevitably have the effect of increasing racial segregation and income segregation. I don't believe that anyone who understands the demographics of Louisiana, of Lafayette Parish, would deny that. I think it's simply the facts of the matter. I believe that part of the decision the school board made was based upon that. Mr. Babineau, one of our school board members, in a packet that should have been distributed to you already, makes the point very clearly that they are aware of the consequences of granting the charters for the demographic structure of Lafayette and for how the schools will function. I'd like to reiterate what the prior speaker had to say, which I beg you, do not, please do not, take a considered decision by the folks who are closest to the subject on the ground in the schools and override it for frankly, ideological reasons. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just want to
Yes, sir.
remind the board,
Superintendent?
I'm not trying to contradict the intentions of your comments, but just as a bit of background, there is a law that basically requires the charter schools maintain at or greater than the low-income status of the rest of the parish. So if for some reason what you say were to manifest itself, the state would have the legal obligation to intervene because it'd be in violation of the law. I should also just say that having visited the schools of the people operated, I can tell you on an anecdotal basis, I believe probably 95 to 99% of the students were African American, and a vast majority of those kids low income. That's a narrative basis, but I thank you for your comments.
I would only say that I would feel a lot more comfortable with that explanation had this ever been actually offered in public in the cases where charter schools have already had this effect in New Orleans and elsewhere.
Okay. While Dr. Walker-Jones is speaking, if we could have Rodolfo Espinoza come down, that would be helpful. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, board members. I know that your opportunity here is by statute that you can't supplant your judgment for that of the local district, but I encourage you to listen to the people in the community, especially those elected officials. And respectfully, Mr. Superintendent, I have to disagree with you in terms of the ultimate decision. The taxpayers and the citizens of Lafayette voted in those board members. And for this board then to say that that particular election or our particular statute or constitutional requirements that they have to fulfill is superseded somehow by some personal indication that we can circumvent those processes, throw us back to what our previous speaker was just saying, back into those days when people believed that the rule of law was not necessarily where we needed to go, but only to the extent to where each and every one of us had our own particular points of view, whether those points of view followed the law or not, or whether they were right. So supplementing your particular judgment for that of the local school district, I think in this particular instance, would be a travesty. I also believe, too, that Mr. Richard brought up an issue that was not completely vetted in the community, and that is that there is some real estate implications with regard to how these particular charter schools will build those facilities, and ultimately, if they were to fail, who would then, in essence, be owners of those facilities? The building stock, for example, of the school district would not necessarily be increased, and those who then would profit from having that particular profit or those particular properties could then continue on, changing then the role of those particular properties from schools to other entities. I think it's important, too, for us to ask the question that the superintendent actually posed, which is, if the superintendent is in favor of this, then why is it then that the organizations who were here are in essence saying, well, you know, the superintendent was not necessarily in favor of having these particular schools simply for the reason of improving academics, but as was stated, his particular position was he wanted to get some buildings and to lower the student ratio in that particular area. However, the school board then, and my question is, why is the superintendent in opposition to his own board? Because the question now becomes...
Please come to a conclusion, sir.
I certainly will, Mr. Garvey. But again, representing and stuff over 20,000 teachers and the teachers who are in that particular district, who then participated in every single board meeting in every single community. I think this is an opportunity for that particular group and the voices of those teachers to be heard, and the community members. And so I'll finish with this. If the board voted then to not only deny the opportunity for these charters to come into Lafayette, but at the same time indicated that they want a plan to be able to build those buildings in those locations themselves, I think they ought to be given that opportunity, and I think the rule of law then, in terms of those people as authorities at the local level, ought to be adhered to, and then you ought to recognize that by voting against this recommendation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And while Mr. Espinoza is speaking, if we could have Kimberly DeMong Demonge, come down. That would be appreciated. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Rodolfo Espinoza, Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. I teach at Lafayette High School, and I'm a parent of 4 public school students. Lots been said about the vote that took place. That was a 6-2 vote for your information. Charter schools are supposed to offer innovative ideas and target the needs of at-risk students. These applications to Lafayette Parish do neither. Instead, they are being proposed to meet facility needs in one of the wealthiest districts in the state. These facility needs are already in the process of being addressed by our district. First, the municipalities most in need of facilities, Youngsville and Broussard, have already publicly stated that they can pass a tax on their own to meet their facility needs. Second, tomorrow night, our board will hear a proposal to consider a tax directed at facilities district-wide. To the point of innovation and choice, effective charters are supposed to bring with them innovative curriculum and choice where there is none. These applications have demonstrated nothing new in instruction and curriculum. When it comes to choice, the money diverted to these charters will only diminish the extraordinary amount of choice already being offered by our district. Furthermore, as you've heard, the proposed charter facilities are set to be placed in planned communities geared towards our wealthiest citizens. In fact, last night, there was a news story where the planned community developer was promoting the development in that area of town with a promise of a new school delivered by BESE. These proposed charters will not move that needle in educating our at-risk students of Lafayette Parish. In fact, they'll hurt the students that we currently desperately try and serve each and every day. Thank you.
Thank you. And while Ms. Kimberly Domain is speaking, can we have Sandra Sleffer come? Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Not really.
The green button. Push. Better? Okay, thank you. Just want to let you know this is very nerve-wracking for me, so I'm very sorry if I...
That's okay.
Okay. I was reviewing your website, and I noticed that your mission statement said the Louisiana Board of Elementary and Secondary Education provides leadership and creates policies for education that expand opportunities for children, empower families and communities, and advance Louisiana in an increasingly competitive global market. I'm a parent. I'm also a teacher, but I've been a parent a lot longer and a voter a lot longer, and I will probably not be a teacher as long as, I've been a parent thus far. I would first like to address the issue of expanding opportunities for children. I'm very concerned when I hear the charter schools saying that their application process and admission process will be first come, first serve. I have watched all of the school board meetings. I've read the minutes pertaining to the charter schools, and I'm very concerned about parents that are poor who may not be as well connected with the Lafayette Chamber of Commerce or any of these other organizations. The really poor students, they don't have connections into these organizations, and people who do are going to be the ones who get on that first come, first serve list. So the children at schools like Alice Boucher, where my sister did teach, and J.W. Falk, those parents are probably not going to get on that list unless there is something specifically required of these charter schools to make sure that they have the opportunity to be first come, first served as well. In terms of empowering families and communities, if you choose to approve these charter schools, you are disenfranchising me as a voter and also the citizens of Lafayette Parish. We elected our school board members to represent us. Do we always agree with everything they do? That's our decision, and that's between us and our representation. You are disenfranchising the people of Lafayette, which is in conflict with what you say your mission statement is.
Ma'am, please come to a conclusion.
My conclusion is I want you to please reconsider approving this. Not that I'm against charters, but I'm against these charters at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we have Ms. Slifer, Mr. Superintendent.
That's okay. I'm bringing up some policy. I'll provide the board background in a second.
Okay. While we have Ms. Slifer speaking, could we have Ms. Mandy Miguel come down, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Garvey. Sandra Slifer. I'm representing the League of Women Voters of Louisiana. That the League of Women Voters is concerned that all three of your partner school districts, East Baton Rouge, Jefferson, and Lafayette parishes, denied the charter applications for the National Heritage Academies. We understand that this was a new partnership that the department entered into with these school districts, and that part of the reason that was given was because it was cost effective and efficient. However, based on the fact that all three of these school districts have denied the charter applications, we are concerned that perhaps the interests of the public, as well as the input from them, and the knowledge that the school district might have gained had these applications been vetted more thoroughly at the local level, that perhaps it's time to honor the decisions that were made by your partnerships, by these local school districts, to look at the process that was in place, learn from it, and go back and perhaps put in place a different process that will not leave the public as well as the local school districts out of these decision-making choices, particularly when they involve type 1 schools or charter schools. So we're very concerned about the process. We ask that you honor the decisions that the partner school districts made, that you entered into with them, and learn from this, and that you not approve these charters that you're considering under this proposal today. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes,
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may,
Superintendent.
just a couple of facts I wanted to confirm. The charter is required to run a lottery, and there's no difference with this charter. Thank you for clarifying that. They cannot go first come, first serve, so as to ensure the rights of the disadvantaged or just latecomers. They have to be a lottery. Second of all, with respect to the partnership, I too am concerned that the local boards turned down these schools because the reviewer that we share in partnership was so supportive of them. And so the partnership is one where we use the same reviewer at the state level that is used locally. And the reviewer was glowing about the schools, but unfortunately the local boards turned them down.
Okay. Ms. Mandy Miguez? Miguez, okay. And while you're speaking, if we could have Ms. Ann Burris come down, please. That would be helpful. Yes, ma'am.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Mandy Miguez. I'm speaking as a concerned citizen, but I am a teacher in Lafayette Parish. Today I speak to the issue of the incredible choice that Lafayette Parish offers its parents. Lafayette Parish Schools of Choice Initiative offers 3 language immersion programs at 7 schools, academies of art with focus in 5 art disciplines at 4 schools, the health and biomedical academies at 2 schools. And we also offer STEM courses, a business academy, and an early college academy where high school students attend college classes. These are indeed incredible choices that are offered by our districts, that are offered to our district's parents. Yet, an approval of these charter applications in our district will not give our parents more choice, but will in fact lessen their choices. An approval of these charter applications will take away funding that will hinder our choice programs in Lafayette Parish. So I would ask that you please do not approve these charter applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And while we have Ms. Burris speaking, if Barry Irwin could come down, that would be helpful. We'll skip on that. Thank you. Then could we have Noel Hammett come down, please? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Swamp BESE, a parents group of over 100 people active on social media to support public schools. We urge you to reject the Type 2 charter applicants. First, let me emphasize, it is clear from law, policy, and procedure that you should not be reviewing these Type 2 applicants for Lafayette Parish today, because according to the District MOU Partnership and the District Charter RFA, the final approval deadline was August 14th. There is no evidence to the contrary, merely assertions. But since you are hearing this issue, I would like to ask the BESE staff to please distribute to each member this packet of information.
They will do that. We'll get them.
All right, thank you so much. Once you have that in your hand, I would like for you to look on the left side of your packet, and I'll briefly explain the documents that you're seeing.
Okay.
All right,
Yes, ma'am.
set? All right. You can see the facts on paper. Many assertions have been made today, and many more assertions will be made. However, facts are facts. The first fact you see here is a letter from Mark Babineau, Lafayette Parish School Board District 1, requesting that you vote no on these Type 2 charter approvals. The next two pieces of paper are the summaries of the audits that the New York State Comptroller's Office did on two National Heritage Academy schools in New York City. You can see the facts here, including the fact that the inability to determine if $10 million in public funds directly benefited students. Several people have claimed that they and LDOE are perfectly comfortable with the audit findings. I ask the BESE board, are you? Next, you will see 6 pages of LDOE's school report cards. Please look at these two for Inspire Charter Academy. It is paired with Claiborne Elementary School, a traditional public elementary school that is less than a half a mile away from the charter school, serving a similar population of students. You will see that Claiborne Elementary School performs better than Inspire Charter Academy. You will see this again in the following year. You will see another pairing of documents, Lake Charles Charter Academy and Fairview Elementary School in Lake Charles. It is located less than half a mile away from the charter school. It performs better than the charter school. Regardless of assertions to the contrary, facts are facts. Finally, these charter school applicants do not solve our parish's problems. We do have problems. We need more schools in the South, and we need some interventions to address the low performance that some schools we do have in our parish. However, this process is fraught with problems. 1, the failure to disclose bad audits. 2, the undisclosed third-party reviewer. 3, the arbitrary extension of the MOU deadline, which was August 14th, is perhaps the most egregious. Why is this appeal remedy, a BESE vote on October 15th, offered to these applicants when Jefferson Parish, also an MRU partner parish, finished their process on August 14th? Please look at the facts in this packet before you vote and vote no on the charter applications. Thank you.
Thank you. And while Mr. Hammond is speaking, if we could have Sean Fleming come, that would be helpful. Mr. Hammond?
Thank you. Noel Hammett, independent education researcher here in Baton Rouge. I'm not going to point out what's been brought out before, that there are some issues with these charter schools. And the question remains out. It hasn't been answered yet. Who owns the school at Heritage Academies? Once the public has put money into those schools and provided a nice return on investment to the investors of Heritage Academies, who owns the property? That's an important question. I think it's one that needs to be examined by this board. But more importantly is the question of who really is in control of our schools. We hear it's the parents, it's the local parents, sometimes. Not necessarily in St. Helena, but in most parishes, it's the parents. And in charter schools and in vouchers, it's about the parents. But ladies and gentlemen, public schools weren't developed only for parents. They were developed for communities. They were developed for communities to work together and build together and to create a better life for all citizens. All citizens pay taxes, or most citizens pay taxes. They have a right to know. They have a right to know where their money's going, how it's being spent. They have a right to elect officials who represent them. That is, in fact, what local school boards do. We hear a lot about choice, but if you notice, none of the reforms around the country have ever succeeded when the public was given a chance to vote. In other words, we've never held a vote whether the public wants vouchers successfully, because the public has voted against them time and time again. Here we have a local community that gathered together. They held forums, they held community groups, they held meetings, they educated one another, they educated their school board, they worked together as a community, an incredible community. And they came up with a decision that a charter school wasn't the best move forward for Lafayette. Now, individuals not in a position to make that determination, but perhaps in a position to make money off of this, all in favor of it. But the fact is, the elected representatives voted 7-1 against this. I think it's a bit presumptuous and a bit hypocritical to say that if a school passes some third-party evaluation, that suddenly you automatically need that school in your community. There are great charter schools out there, but they may not be needed in a particular community. And forcing it on that community that's trying to work together is an example of utter hypocrisy when you say you're all about local control. If you want to really have local control, why not support votes in a community for vouchers, for charter schools? That might see a little different version of what the citizens really want, and not just one or two groups. So we have some key questions out here. Who's really in charge of our education system? Is it a few elected officials in D.C. or in Baton Rouge or at the National Governors Association? Or is it our locally elected school boards? Why are you so afraid of locally elected school boards? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Hammett. And while Mr. Fleming is speaking, could we have Ray Trahan come down, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Sean Fleming. I'm Deputy Director of the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. I wanted to correct a few things that I heard, and so I do appreciate your time. Charter schools do not serve the representative populations of the communities that they're in. I gave y'all what is from y'all MFP accountability report. Page 84 is what I'd like to direct your attention to. And it basically shows what every other study of charter schools has done, what the Government Accounting Office report in 2012 has indicated, that charter schools do not tend to serve the same proportion of students with disabilities. In fact, 40% of the charter schools, type 2 charter schools, have less than 5% of students with disabilities. 60% of those schools serve less than 7% of students with disabilities. Students with disabilities, by definition, do not perform well on tests. When y'all were even issuing out the request for charter schools, I put in a recommendation that y'all include consideration for how those charter schools serve students with disabilities, because we know how much that impacts accountability. And so as I hear that schools are serving these representative samples of their communities, that is not the fact with the schools y'all serve, and it is not the fact of actually the charter school law. The charter school law was adopted in 1995. However, it was amended in 1997, and that amendment changed the definition of what an at-risk student was. They had 6 categories, and those 6 categories still remain in the charter school law, saying they should serve all 6. And among those categories, of course, are students with disabilities. But in the accountability side of that law, it removed 5 of those and only left in the students who were on free and reduced lunch. So there's no accountability structure that requires them to serve a full contingency of students with disabilities. And as we speak of money following the student, Superintendent White realizes, and we've had these discussions, that the money is not equal if you're determining the MFP money based on student characteristics and recognizing that schools need more money for kids with disabilities going into a school. But as that money leaves, that is no longer a factor, and it's averaged out. So as I'm looking at this, and it's nothing against any of these or for any of these charter schools, the question is really to y'all, and the recommendation is to y'all, is to consider the student composition of schools, both in the accountability structure when you're reviewing the school, as well as a requirement that they serve a true representative population of their communities. The other disturbing trend, because these are the schools that y'all are now governing, this type 2 schools, is on the other side of this page, is page 86 of the MFP report. And on the bottom of that, you'll see 3 other schools that y'all govern, which is Louisiana School for the Deaf, Louisiana School for Visually Impaired, and Louisiana Special Education Center, which are exclusive schools that serves exclusively students with disabilities. The disturbing part is, as our communities and our world is moving to be ever more inclusive of everyone, I guess I just recommend that BESE step up and have that same mentality. And it starts with these charter schools that y'all are governing. There is no requirement in law that y'all do it, but it doesn't prohibit y'all from doing it. And so thank you very much, and I do hope that y'all take that into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Fleming. And while Ms. Trahan is speaking, could we have Margaret Trahan come and speak, please? You're going to wave? Okay. Thank you. From LePesque. Then could we have Steve Monahan come down, please? Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Superintendent White and BESE board members. My name is Ray Traha. I'm an elected official in Lafayette Parish representing District 9. That is the Youngsville-Broussard area that you earlier heard from both of the mayors who represent that area. I want you to know that in that area, yes, we are the fastest growing area of the state. 20 years now. Do we have an overpopulation issue? Yes. Is the system addressing it? Yes. We just passed a $30 million bond, 15 plus $1 million of which will go to Youngsville straight up, directly. Currently on the ground right now, schools are being built in Youngsville with that 15 plus $1 million. The charter schools that are being proposed in that area are looking to place themselves in very elite residential areas. I would want to suggest to you that Youngsville is an A and B school district, school area. Our schools are A and B schools. Lafayette as a whole is a B district. Forgive me if I am confused, but I always thought that the concept of charter schools were to address low-performing districts. How can BESE want to come into Lafayette and supersede what the local government has decided? And by the way, by a super majority. BESE likes to use that term. We have to have a supermajority locally to make decisions. We had a supermajority that said charter schools do not fit in Lafayette Parish. They don't. We had a charter school that our superintendent chose to close, and that charter school was one of the top-ranked charter schools in the state. Why now is he wanting a charter school in our area, or charter schools? Now, our mayors will tell you that they want these charter schools. Why? Because they need brick and mortar. As a district, we right now have just identified monies that we can bond out. We are having a workshop in less than 2 weeks to determine where those schools are going to go down. But if we have charter schools that come in, if we have charter schools that come in and pull those monies from our funds, we will not be able to address it ourselves. And this is the intent of school districts, to fix their own problems. Thank you very much, but charter schools do not fit in Lafayette Parish, and we'd appreciate a vote against this.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Monahan. And Shane Riddle, would you please come up to the table?
Thank you. Thank you. I was a little confused whether to say Madam Chairperson or I didn't want Mr. Garvey to think I was somehow claiming something he's not. Anyway, thank you, Chairman Garvey. I would like to also, as President of the Louisiana Federation of Teachers, claim the 5 minutes that I think I have, but I hope I don't need them. I've been involved in many conversations like the one that we're having today, and I would like to bring a couple of points that I think we all should consider as we once again have the conversation. It seems they always begin somewhat with the same premise. They begin with the condemnation, either openly spoken or held tightly in the hearts of some of those that speak of the so-called traditional school, and it begins there. It's usually supported with anecdotes regarding the warmth or the non-warmth of another school, the warmth of the charter school versus the cold, isolated feeling of the public school. And I remember having great conversations with a friend who really was an advocate for charter education, and we both lamented the fact that we can't have a conversation that really is an honest conversation about education. It's got to be used by promoting the failure of one to promote the success of another, and that continues to be what happens here. Testimonies also often reveal a predilection to personal or political philosophies. We would be, I think, imbeciles, and I wouldn't be considered myself educated if I didn't believe there was a strong predilection politically to charter schools as a panacea, as an answer to most of what's wrong with public education in America. It exists in this room. I would submit to you, though, the greater conversation that we're really having is our own distrust of democracy and the fact that we believe it's failed and it can't work, so we would like to move to an oligarchical system, not for just education, for basically all decision-making. Therefore, I'd like to share with you, I think, some positive things, because I'm not a negative kind of guy. I like to be joyous and positive about life. So let me share with you some positive things, and it's scientific, as scientific goes. There was a poll commissioned by the American Federation of Teachers in July of 2013, parents with a 3.1 margin of error on how they felt about public education, parents in charter schools and parents that were occupying seats in traditional schools. The parents overwhelmingly, more than 60%, rejected most of the trends that were defined as reforms in their communities, including budget cuts, increased testing in our schools, over-quantification of the behavior of their children at every level, school closures, narrowing of curriculum, and shifting of resources from regular or so-called regular to charter or voucher education. Overwhelmingly, parents, and I am saying this very quickly, and it's in the neighborhood of 60+%, want a new approach on education, a totally new approach on education, and prefer strong, functional neighborhood schools over so-called more choice, which many have defined to be no choice at all, such as charters and vouchers. 6, I didn't use any other numbers, I apologize for grabbing that one. Public school parents identified as the most important institution ahead of businesses and institutions like my own and law enforcement and even the churches, the public school in their community. Parents identified the most important issue to their communities, calling community schools the foundation of their neighborhoods. We have the greatest charter school experiment in the United States of America in New Orleans. I grew up there. Neighborhoods don't define schools. Children walk past schools into other neighborhoods, or they bus into other neighborhoods, and you see the collapse of the social structure. So as you think of charter education as panacea, we should also think of the larger question of what happens to communities. Finally, and I end with this, finally, I'll need to be reminded that we have long passed the point where we say words and they mean what we think they mean. We hear local control or local governance, but it doesn't mean what we think it may mean. Well, local governance does not necessarily mean local And it doesn't necessarily mean govern in the tradition that I grew up believing it meant. Often in a charter school, you can solve this as policymakers. You want a level playing field? We have to subject those that run charter schools on boards that are not elected, have the same disclosure requirements as you do as political or appointed servants on this board. We can enforce that those lists be published, that every community member has voice to input who will represent that school, just as you would do in a public school. So it doesn't really have to be an argument between species of schools, because it really is about how we govern and whether we want a democracy in 10 years or we want a system of oligarchical control networks that no one really knows who they are or what they do or what they're responsible for. And I think we do have a chance to move in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Monahan. And while Mr. Riddle is speaking, if we could have Greg or Craig Davis come down, that would be helpful. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Board members, I'm Shane Riddle. I'm speaking as a former board member, co-founder, and a volunteer with the New Hope Community Development Association. The New Hope Community Development Association is a nonprofit organization established in the Azalea Park neighborhood in North Lafayette. We provide after-school tutoring and developmental activities for at-risk students, and most of these students attend Westside Elementary School. The New Hope after-school program runs daily. We've grown from tutoring 15 students daily to 45 daily since 2011. Most, if not all, of the students we tutor, they ride a bus every day to Westside Elementary School, which is about 6 miles away. And I am not sure that any of the at-risk students that New Hope services in the Azalea Park area, or that the Bridge Ministry services in the Four Corners area, would be able to have a chance or opportunity to attend any of the charter schools being proposed for the north side due to the absence of any transportation option in the current proposals. I personally would like to see a transportation option added to the proposal to better allow those students in the Azalea Park neighborhood and even in the Four Corners area and similar neighborhoods in the area who may not have the means to transport their child to a school on a daily basis, this opportunity. This is a major concern for those families that would like to provide their child an alternative opportunity. Without transportation, these parents will not have that opportunity. I would encourage the board to please review the concern of the absence of the transportation option in the charter application. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, while Mr. Davis is speaking, if we could have Mr. Pat Cooper come down, that would be helpful.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Greg Davis. I'm a citizen of Lafayette, grandparent of children that are in the Lafayette Parish School System. I'm also here representing the 100 black men of Greater Lafayette Parish. We are here to support the charter school applications. We urge you to approve those applications. We are an advocate of the charter school option, as we were advocates of vouchers, because we believe that the parents in our area where most of us live, North Lafayette, where all of the schools are either D or F schools, deserve other options. We believe that those parents value education. We believe that their children want to get a great education, and if given the choice, they would choose to go to a charter school and rather than have their children attend chronically failing, low-performing schools, as we have had in North Lafayette for over a decade, and we're tired of it, and we are ready for other options. Many of the parents that took the option of the voucher program, you provided over 200 vouchers to many of our students in North Lafayette. All of those vouchers were taken. And we believe that the parents where we live in North Lafayette, where most of the residents are of poverty, whose children are zoned to attend failing schools, they would welcome the charter school and they would apply, and it would be another viable choice for the students and the parents who are now attending these low-performing schools in North Lafayette Parish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And while Mr. Cooper is speaking, it would be helpful if we could have Tania Ninen come down, please. That will be our last. No, Skip, thank you. Mr. Cooper.
Good morning or afternoon, whatever it is at this point. I'm Pat Cooper. I serve as superintendent of the Lafayette Parish School District. This is my 43rd year in public education, and I'm going to speak to you now not as necessarily a representative of the school board. I'm speaking to you as a superintendent who was hired by that school board to bring Lafayette Parish from a C school to an A school in 6 years. When I got to Lafayette Parish, we got about 30,000 kids. We had over 4,800 kids who were 2 to 3 years behind in school. We had a 31% dropout rate. We were rated as a C school district. It was clear to me that we didn't need to look at what we had been doing or were doing. We didn't need to look at what, and this is very irritating to me, that the very people who created that C school district, who created those 4,800 kids who were behind, who created the 31% dropout rate, are the very ones coming up here now speaking against charters, as if what they had been doing for the last 10, 12, 15 years had worked. The facts are none of that did work. I've been misquoted. I've been back in the back row listening. All the people who say, well, the superintendent said this and the superintendent said that. Well, you can just bet everything you have on what the superintendent said, because I'm about to tell you. The superintendent said that at this point in time in Lafayette Parish, when there is no chance of getting a tax passed, we've got over 1,200 kids that we know are not going to have seats next year. So that is an issue. And if we can get a quality charter school to come in and build a school and take some of those seats, then to me that's a win-win. We've got a situation in North Lafayette, and what you need to know is the very people who are responsible for not taking care of North Lafayette, where it's black and it's poverty, are the very ones coming up now and saying, oh no, we don't want charter schools, we're gonna do something about it. Well, they haven't done anything about it for 12 years. And when we get charters in North Lafayette, we're going to be able to go to a pre-K to 8 model, which is where we need to go for our poverty kids, so that their parents don't have to be changing schools every 2 to 3 years. To get to Northside High School, which, by the way, we went from an F to a D, you have to go to 13 different schools to get there. And these are poverty kids. And for somebody to come up and say that, well, wait a minute, these charters are not going to work. Well, what did work? Tell me what did work that you were responsible for. One of the things that I'm also very concerned about is the fact that we're talking about all this money that it's going to cost us. We don't know what it's going to cost us. Because when kids leave, teachers leave. And thank God when those teachers leave, some of them, we're not going to have to pay that 25% legacy cost of retirement. You know, that's a lot of money we're not going to have to spend. There are just so many untruths that have been talked about to protect the status quo, to protect the traditions, to protect the groups. I can tell you, and I'm going to just read this right out front to you. We brought Northside out of an F school status. We think we're going to bring another school this year out of an F school status. So we don't need charters to do that for us necessarily. But if right now, this particular time in the history of Lafayette Parish, if we could get some charters in place, quality charters, and we believe these are quality charters, because not only did you vet them, not only did that third party vet them, I vetted them. And after 42 years, I understand what I'm looking at. I wouldn't dare bring somebody into our school district that I didn't think could make a difference for our children. And I don't care if somebody's feelings get hurt. This is not about groups. It's not about organizations. It's not about anything other than our children. And right now, I've got 31% of them that are dropping out. We have got to try something different, and not just take a chance on a whim. We've got to try something different that's been proven. We have a 100% in, 100% out plan. And the nice thing about it is, and this is something that was misconstrued, our board voted not to have Type 1 charters. They didn't vote not to have charters. They voted not to have a Type 1 charter. My feeling is we bring in these charters. I've got a good relationship with them. They're going to be part of our turnaround plan. We're going to show the rest of the state that just because somebody doesn't like charters doesn't mean we can't work with them, because they're going to be serving our children. And I need to be chased out of town if I'm not willing to sit down and work with them and make them part of the process. The next thing I don't want to mention to you is that MOU that was brought up that we didn't get board approval on. We don't have to get board approval on an MOU that doesn't go over $100,000. Everything we did was perfectly legal. And that's one of the epidemic things we have in Lafayette Parish. When people don't like stuff, they just lie. And I know that I will probably get run out of town for saying that. But absolutely that is what happens. And look, I've got 42 years in. They can run me out of town if they want. But if you want an A school district, we better start paying attention to what's important. Not about what you want as a little individual or a group or an organization, but we need to pay attention to the truth. And the truth is our children, 31% of our children are not getting a quality education, so we cannot continue to do the same things that we've been doing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cooper, before you get up, I'd like to say I think you're a brave man. I think you did a wonderful job in West Feliciana when you were over there. I have seen the stats of the good job you did when you were in Mississippi. You came back to New Orleans and did a wonderful job there. And I think that if you get to stay in Lafayette, you will continue to do a wonderful job there too. And I hope that you do get to stay in Lafayette and continue your work. Thank you. And that concludes our speakers on this. Do we have any further comments or questions from BESE members?
Yes, I have some comments.
Ms. Beebe?
I want to kind of recap some of the comments made. You know, I've heard that Superintendent Cooper has done a great job. I've heard that Superintendent Cooper has done an outstanding job or a great job in the Lafayette Parish school system. He supports 100% in, 100% out. Lafayette Parish is a B school system, a letter grade of B. I would be rejoicing, ladies and gentlemen. The fact is, Lafayette Parish School Board rejected the Type 1 charter. This is a locally elected school board representative of the people, of the taxpayers. Also, the fact is that we are proposing to build these Type 2 charters in affluent neighborhoods. I'm not going to go in depth to the comments made previously. But then what really surfaced is that this is all about buildings, facilities. Have we as a society succumbed to the fact that we're selling our children for facilities? This is appalling to me. And I will say this, and I will challenge Superintendent Cooper. As a superintendent, I'm paid by taxpayers and supported by my local school board. But if I feel that I have a responsibility, and I feel superintendents have a responsibility to impact student outcomes by doing whatever is necessary, but to relinquish it to an outside entity, that's simply an admission that I can't do my job. And Superintendent Cooper, to me, I would say that that's what I read into your comments, that you are unable to adequately increase your student achievement. And the fact remains, again, you're taking credit for your school district being a B district. Well, again, B is not failing by BESE standards. So again, when we talk about parent choice, again, and to hear my colleagues on the board, the people have spoken. Let's give autonomy to the local school systems and let them make the decisions that they were elected to do. And that's my comment, and you know how I'm going to vote on this issue.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bofi?
So this has been an interesting process to watch, both the local school board and the way the discussions that they had about the charters, and also the local interest. And our teachers are in school teaching right now, but I get phone calls from people who are frustrated by the way that the system works. Like, they are people who have dedicated their lives to education, but they're stuck in a system that they know is not serving kids, and they get frustrated. So I think, Mr. Cooper, you might lose some really good teachers in the process because of their frustration with the system that it is, but I'm confident that you'll be able to take care of that with your teachers who make the decision to stay in traditional public schools. The other thing that I think is real important is people have said the people have spoken. You know, what's really great for me as a BESE member is that I'll make a decision, but it's really the parents who are going to make a decision about whether or not they choose charter schools for their kids. So the fact of the matter is the people will speak when they decide whether or not they want their kids in charter schools. And if no parent wants their children in charter schools, then these schools will not be successful. And if a lot of parents decide that they want their children in charter schools, we'll have a lottery. So my preference would have been for the local school system to approve Type 1 charters. That's not the way that it worked. But I know for a fact that there are children who are not being served, and that there are parents who don't have the choices that I have, because I can live in a school district where I know my kid will be served. So the only other comment I want to make is, Dr. Cooper, I'm proud to have you as the superintendent for my child who is in your school district. And I'm proud to give the kids of Lafayette Parish another option with my vote today. I have really appreciated both the people who have been in support of this and the people who have opposed it, because I think there have been some really good discussions in the process, and I'm just proud of the constituents that I've been able to engage with in general. I do think that this is a historic day for Lafayette Parish, and I hope to be talking about Lafayette being an A district really soon.
Okay, Ms. Hill?
Yes, as one of the board members that represent the northern part of Lafayette, and to listen to my colleague, Ms. Buffy, I have had the opportunity to listen to the parents in the North Lafayette Parish. I've received numerous emails, I received numerous calls in reference to this matter. And when I listened to Superintendent Cooper, as he spoke a few minutes ago in reference to those children that are not being served in the North Lafayette area and in the impoverished areas, I had the opportunity to visit Northside High School as a board. And Superintendent Cooper made reference to it was an F school at the time, which is currently a D school. Currently, he represents a B district. And what's appalling to me is that here is a man that came into Lafayette Parish and changed the system, which now currently is not a failing system. And my question to Superintendent Cooper, what are you doing now that you think you cannot do next year or the year after next to make sure that those children who you say are not being served in North Lafayette parishes, help me understand what you're doing now is working, so why would we want to bring in charters schools because we're saying we don't have a facility for these kids? Or is it about really having a building, or is it really about educating our children? And Lafayette Parish, you guys are doing it. And as a board member, I would say, I'm not against charters. I am not against charters. But what I am against is the policies. The policies that are being put in place for charter schools to make it for our children there's not an equitable playing field. And that's my concern when it comes to the charter schools. And Superintendent Cooper, you may say, we need facilities. But I strongly believe with the facilities that you have, if you have the right educators, that you have the right people to educate these students, that they will succeed. Because all children can learn. And so with that being said, I can't support this method because the school board members have spoken. They did not want a Title I charter. But not only that, after doing my own research on these charter schools at hand, I would not want to send my child to their schools with all the allegations that have been put in place in reference to where they currently are, and not only that, their academic performance as well. So, with that being said, I'd like to do a roll call vote.
Do we have any other BESE team members that would like to comment? Mr. Lee?
Common sense tells me I should be quiet, but I think we've heard well-intended people with very different perspectives about what we should be doing. It's not easy to make a decision with well-intended people with different thoughts. All of it about wanting children to get a better education than what they're getting today. And I think that's good, that's healthy. Choice is good. And I think that's really what's bringing this to the point that it is. People want choice. For that reason, I think we're seeing lots of attention given to this. Some concern that I think we need to recognize. I might as well make everybody unhappy. We're really moving governance. If that's what our intent is, I think we're on the road. I think we're hearing frustration about lack of confidence in local school boards. And I think there is a lot of lack of confidence. We're seeing the results in students not performing the way they should. Some are, but some are not. It appears that more attention needs to be given to those children that need help more than what they've been receiving. Charter schools provide choice, but it also changes governance, and you have out-of-state people coming in with these charter schools. It's a bit concerning that these charter school people can build new facilities that cost lots of money. And they say, or it's been reported, that it doesn't cost local taxpayers. But I would submit to you that's not accurate. Those people are not doing it because they like us. It's a business. They're doing it to make money. They're not doing it really for our children. It's a business. If they're willing to put that kind of money into facilities, it sounds like they're getting well paid. I think we just need to consider what we're doing to our state. Maybe we need to change governance. Maybe we need to get school boards' attention. Maybe we need to reconsider what we've been doing. We know children need to get a better education. I'm a little surprised that Dr. Cooper, of course, I know him very well, have known him forever. It's obvious he's going to be a short-termer. But he knows that. And he's willing to do and say what he thinks is best for children. I'm personally going to support this because I do believe in choice. I believe parents should have a choice, have a right for a choice. I just think we need to recognize the consequences of the direction we're moving. And it's not all good. Thank you.
Okay. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Dr. Beebe?
No.
Dr. Beebe votes no. Ms. Bofi?
Yes.
Ms. Bofi votes yes. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Mr. Gio?
Yes.
Mr. Gio votes yes. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Dr. Moranti?
Yes.
Dr. Moranti votes yes. Ms. Kira Orange-Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange-Jones votes yes. Mr. Romer?
Yes.
Mr. Romer votes yes.
Yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Motion passes.
Okay, we have several items left on the agenda, but before it gets to be dinner time, I think we're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back in 30 minutes. That would be 10 minutes to 2. That's the longest one page. BESE. We're on page 1. That's on page.
Perfect. Oh, good. It's great being in. Yeah, Dr. Chapman. Great. It's nice to meet you. Kira Orange Jones. Nice
Give a list of roads on your speed, give the name. I was just talking to you about it, and I mean,
Okay, that's okay. Okay, so currently they're type 2. J.K. Haynes is currently type 2, which they've been in existence since 1997. In EBR, they're type 2.
My understanding is that now they want middle school, and that's what the issue is.
Well, so now they're applying for a type 5, which is a direct line from the school district. Okay? However, EBR don't have any jurisdiction over
No, but that's why I suggested that substitute motion to give EBR a chance to their own.
I can transparent. Issue right here is, are you going to do it?
And it'll probably lose 9 or 8-2, but I still think it's worth it.
Yeah, they don't want, and that's the total. The reason why they didn't bring Jackie Haynes, because they didn't they did not allow them, they did not send J.K. Haynes charges to them. They didn't prove them or deny them. They did not send it to us because they didn't have a good. So it's about building about children. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's all about transferring to private.
Right. And so, because they didn't have a building, they decided to bring it to the best interest, to prove them.
See, I don't necessarily object to J.K. Haynes having a middle school somewhere, and I'd actually support it if it's either at Hardin Elementary, where they are now, or at Crestworth, if they guarantee enrollment for anybody in a certain immediate geographic area. But I don't want them getting 2 charters, because I think they can have one or the other.
Okay, so they already have J.K. Haynes charter.
I mean, the second one did not approve.
Right. They're not going to have it. The reason why you think they're going to have it, they only have the elementary.
I mean,
they only have the elementary.
Yeah, but the EBR already approved, and I suppose EBR is not execute the contract. But
Well, to my understanding, the only reason why EBR approved them is type 3, just in case they need it. Because a type 3 is an existing, is a pre-existing school. So meaning when you get a type 3 charter school, you get a building and a school. You get what I'm saying? Like when you get a type 5 charter, you get a building and a student. So they're choosing a type 3 charter school for a pre-existing school in EBR. And it's that they don't approve them. And you see how it goes. Do you understand? Tell me what you think.
I think we just need to keep pushing. Eventually, it might be 3 to 7 on something, and then maybe someday it'll be 4 to 6. The RSC has 7 empty buildings in North Baton Rouge. They need to give several of them back immediately.
I agree. Let's do it. Well, I can't do it. Yeah, I can put it on the juice. So do you think you can make it people come and support? You can sit down and talk about it. They have 7 empty buildings. They're not operating yet.
No, they're operating.
Well, yeah, okay, we know that they're operating way more.
2 high schools and 3 other middle schools are operating at about 20 or 25% capacity. Yeah, so we can.
What time meeting is okay. Well, let's do. You have my information. Give me on Facebook. Let's go for it. And let's see how we can share it. Huh? I think I mean, you work it. I get it. And it's like people like you and other community people to give us their views and get their people strategy to try to get it. You know what I'm saying? Even being so we get people like you that's very knowledgeable to help us community organize and all of that. When this show, you know, you can put it on the agenda for something quick. That's
Bradley, lobbyist for his family. He had a meeting at Mayfair. I couldn't be there. I was my wife's father died in California. He had to be How did that meeting go? Chad, what did he say? He's my project. Let's see what I can do to help you get that most security that they'll understand that Chad sort of said okay with Mason because it's Delmont, he still wants to take over.
Ratio, high ratio, Mayfair. I don't know the ratio issue.
Yeah, I went out to Mayfair and went to school. I don't know what the statistics are. Hold on. The kids in there, the high percentage yellow, a high percentage brown, and a high percentage white, and a high percentage white.
It's so my concern.
Their mind is 80. Pick and choose. Not much to do except work for you and me.
Got your word?
Yeah. I don't know how much of it I need, but I can work for it.
I'm good. How about you? It's got to get pretty done.
Oh, come on. Put a little bunch of yourself.
It's just received. Because we just get an update report. You can still check reports. So we would know if that was me. At this point. I think it's just to receive and any other recommendation. It will have to be a special motion and not relative Here, Mr.
heard what I was saying. We gotta get every day afterwards. It's some of my house. I think it's going to continue. But we're going to go through I'm glad that we don't hate it. All right.
BESE members, we are going to start in about 2 minutes. BESE members, please take your seats. Okay. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. We do not need a roll call vote. We have way more than a quorum present. And BESE members, I'm happy to say that after a mere 2.5 hours, quick 2.5 hours, we can move on now to item 2 on our agenda for this committee.
So item 2.
Thank you.
Page 13. Consideration of a request for the State Superintendent of Education to reconsider the recommendation regarding the Type 5 charter application submitted by J.K. Haynes Charter School in response to the 2013 request for charter school applications. The recommendation is to receive.
We have a motion to receive. Mr. Bradford, do we have a second? Mr. Guillot? Do we have any comments from BESE members?
Would you like me to, I'm sorry. I can, as it's a request for our recommendation, Mr. Chairman, I might jump in. Members, as you remember, among other charter applicants, J.K. Haynes, which is a charter school here in East Baton Rouge Parish, has requested to have another school. And they have submitted both a Type 1 application to East Baton Rouge Parish and a Type 5 application to the state. As you know, at the last meeting, we basically said that we believed that it was a better Type 1 application than it was a Type 5 application. We thought it was a very good application, but it would be better as a new startup school rather than as a takeover school in a struggling school. In the time since then, East Baton Rouge Parish has authorized the charter school. So East Baton Rouge did approve the school and to have a second Type 1. Now, I can't totally guess, but I can imagine that part of the reason for the desire to continue pressing from Ms. Hill and others on this applicant, rather than just accepting that East Baton Rouge has approved it, is for a facility. And we are in the process of working with East Baton Rouge Parish on a number of facilities questions. Let me just outline them for you. Number one, as you know, there are some facilities that are eligible for the state to assume authority over. Number two, as you know, there is a Type 1 charter, another East Baton Rouge Type 1 charter that is requesting space in a Type 5 facility. And then there are also facilities that the East Baton Rouge system has requested for years to potentially use for various purposes. So we are in discussions with New Schools Baton Rouge and the East Baton Rouge School Board about an entire facilities scenario, and we'll report back to you on that scenario. But I can tell you that our view is that J.K. Haynes does deserve a facility. Our view is that it is best a Type 1 charter, not a Type 5 charter, but that we are working with East Baton Rouge Parish on this entire siting scenario, and it involves a number of Type 1s as well as a number of Type 5s. I'm happy to keep the board apprised, and certainly Ms. Hill apprised of that situation. We do support the idea of the school getting a new building. But we don't think that the best way to do that is to just grant it a Type 5 charter. It's already been given a charter, and instead to work out this entire school location scenario with East Baton Rouge Parish.
Ms. Hill?
Yes. As the representative of North Baton Rouge Parish area, my major concern, initially when the J.K. Haynes Charter Group came to me in reference to the charter school, and I began to do my research on the charter school. This is a charter school that has been in existence since 1997. This charter school was one of the first charter schools to operate in East Baton Rouge Parish. I would like to make that statement first. However, as I began to do my research on the charter school in reference to their test scores, this school has made tremendous growth. And I passed out to each board member their iLeap scores, their LEAP scores. And when you look at the data at hand, this school have exceeded the state average and percentage. Now, we can say EBR approved them as a Type 1 charter. That is awesome. And they also extended their charter. However, they came to BESE, LDOE, for a Type 5 charter school, which two entities don't have anything to do with one another. EBR don't make decisions based on what LDOE is going to do, and BESE and LDOE doesn't make decisions based on what the local school district is going to do. And so for me, putting this on the agenda, I felt that this was the right thing to do, because not only did we disregard their charter application, we'd never allow the charter group name to come before BESE. We never say you approve or deny. And so we just approved several charter schools today. But here is a school that have a proven track record of success, financial success, and leadership. But most importantly, they have a community bond. And so when we look at these charters that we're approving, a lot of them are coming from out of state. But here we have a local group that's been in existence since 1997. And now, I'm not going to only talk about their success, but the legacy of Dr. J.K. Haynes. This was a man that laid his life, he sacrificed his life for education, to do the right thing by our children. And in honor, his son, who is deceased now, who was a pioneer in education, decided to open up a charter school for our children to have a quality education. And this is a school that has been successful. And as the BESE representative of that district, after doing my research, after talking to community leaders, I strongly feel that as a board, we should approve them right now, because they have met the standards of LDOE and BESE requirements.
Ms. Beebe?
And I also want to remind you that just recently, I think at the last board meeting, that there was a group, maybe Stand for Children, where they expressed concerns regarding the charters they were seeking high-quality charters, and this is a Louisiana implemented charter. It's a Louisiana product, if you will, and so they do have a record of success. And yes, I am speaking in favor of this charter entity as a Type 5. And I do recall Mr. Romer, during the last BESE discussion regarding this matter, he felt that they did have they do have a proven track record. So I'm prepared to offer a substitute motion based on the fact that during the last discussion that we grant approval to J.K. Haynes effective immediately for a Type 5 charter. That's my motion.
Before we go for a second, can we have BESE staff come up for a minute? Can you tell us if it's in order to have a Type 5 approved without the recommendation coming from the superintendent first?
So per bulletin, and Shan, you might need to help me, the correct bulletin number, but per bulletin language, any Type 5, the recommendation has to come from the state superintendent. The board, per bulletin, cannot just grant to Type 5 without the state superintendent's recommendation, and it's only those recommended by the state superintendent for approval that would come before the board to be considered. So to do it, we'd have to have bulletin language be changed.
Okay.
Well, Superintendent White, I yield to you. I would ask for your recommendation.
Yes.
My recommendation is that, as I stated earlier, but I first of all, I don't disagree with any of the things you've said about the school. The school is excellent. It's a question of whether it should be a state-run turnaround strategy or whether it should be a local charter school authorized by the board. And we believe it should be a local charter authorized by the board. And there are a number of facilities issues that we now are dealing with each Baton Rouge parish. And those include other local authorized charters that have requested space in state-governed buildings. We need to address that question. It includes schools that are eligible for state takeover under the law. And it includes this school, and we're working with East Baton Rouge Parish as well as with New Schools Baton Rouge. I'm happy to advise you as to the progress of that, and one of our priorities is ensuring that this school has a building. But I don't want to do this outside of that process. We're working this through with them, with East Baton Rouge Parish.
Ms. Hill?
I guess my concern and a question to you in reference to making the recommendation to LDOE, you stated that you believe that this school should be a Type 1 charter, not a Type 5. We have had numerous charter operators that come before us that have not had a proven track record, that are still, kids are in failing schools.
Which ones were Type 5s? Which ones were Type 5s?
We KIPP schools. We'll look at their growth.
I think KIPP's track record is pretty good.
Well, we look at their growth, Superintendent. Let me speak. We'll look at their growth. But at the end of the day, they're still a failing school. Friends of Kings in New Orleans, which we approved for the North Baton Rouge area, is a failing school. But not only are they failing, they have a deficit of $671,000. But not only that, they are currently under investigation through the Ethics Board for nepotism. But we approved them to be extended into the North Baton Rouge area. Then we have another charter group that came forward. And I went to the RSD meeting, charter meeting. They have never operated a charter school. Never. But we granted them to be a Type 5 charter. And the list can go on. I'm not going to call any more schools out. But for me, that is the issue. Look at the policy at hand. Is this fair? Wait. Let me finish. Is this fair?
I thought you were asking.
No, it's not fair. Is the policies at hand that we have are fair? No, because we make adjustments for those who we want to make adjustments for. And so here is a school that has a proven track record. And in a life of me, I cannot understand. That is a product of Louisiana. But not only that, the district felt that they were good enough to continue to allow them to have a charter. But not only that, the community and the relationship and the rapport of the community with J.K. Haynes. And we say the same kids that they have at J.K. Haynes Elementary Schools or elementary school is the same students that is in that community that have came from failing schools. And guess what? They data shows that they have made improvement. And so with that being said, I know according to Heather Cope, she says that according to policy that it has to be a recommendation from the board, from LDOE. You guys never made a recommendation. You never brought forward J.K. Haynes to the board. And for me, that's unacceptable. Even if we would have gave them approval or denial, their name never came before BESE in the last board meeting. And so I say we make provisions for those who we want to. And I'd like to second BB motion that we approve J.K. Haynes effective immediately as a Type 5 charter.
Ms. Moranti?
Could I just hear the advantages of over being a Type 1 and being a Type 5?
A Type 5 is a turnaround model. In other words, you're taking a school that was academically unacceptable and you're becoming the manager of the school, so you're turning it around. The application that we received from J.K. Haynes was for a new school startup, meaning you're not inheriting a former school, you're starting up from scratch. I have take no issue with what Ms. Hill said, actually, or with what Dr. Beebe said. I think they're right about the quality of the school. The question is, how is it starting up? Is it starting up taking over a struggling school, or is it just starting on its own? And the application that they handed in was one to start on its own. So we think it's best starting on its own. Now the good news is, and this is why I tell you I'm a little surprised, I thought my proposal to work with East Baton Rouge Parish on finding a location for the school would be met with some positivity, given that I think it's the objective you're seeking too. But that's why we think we should work with East Baton Rouge, find the right location for the school, and site the school. But that's a different thing from it taking over a failing school, which first of all was not in its application, and second of all is a very, very difficult thing to do for someone who doesn't specialize in it.
Well, I guess I don't think we have anybody here from EBR to as a representative, but I have had the opportunity to speak to General Counsel at EBR and as well as the Superintendent of EBR. And one of the things, I do know that you guys are in conversation in reference to buildings and facilities and things of that nature. But I think the lack of trust within LDOE and local school districts, there is no safeguard to say, hey, we want to find a facility for J.K. Haynes. We want to grant them a Type 5 charter. And that's the puzzling piece to this whole method. And so for me, you're saying that they're Type 1. Yes, they are Type 1. But they've been in existence since 1997. And they have been one of the first charter schools in EBR. And so, once again, I would like to keep the motion that's on the floor and consider it.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Bradford.
Superintendent, am I hearing you correctly that what they applied for is not a takeover, but rather a new Type 1 charter school?
The content of their application detailed starting a new school, and it did not detail how the school would turn around.
So
Yes.
in all reality, then they cannot be a Type 5 charter school. Is that correct? If they're
I
not
think
taking over a school.
They applied for both for a Type 1 and for a Type 5. The content of the application was a Type 1 content. In other words, it was starting a new school. I think essentially, having looked at both, I think essentially they handed in the same application for two different purposes. Maybe not exactly, but I think essentially. And we're not suggesting they're not a good school. We're not suggesting they shouldn't be replicated. The state's role in this is to create schools that take over and turn around low-performing schools. And in this case, thus, we think, given that that was not what we saw in the application, it's better done doing exactly what East Baton Rouge approved it to do, which I commend them for. It's a good school, a Type 1. Now, as it happens, we're also involved in other siting scenarios where other East Baton Rouge Type 1 charter school is coming to us and saying they want space too in a state-run building. Plus, there are buildings that the state has at least authority to, not saying it will, but authority to take on the governance of. There is a complicated scenario here that's best done working through the issues with East Baton Rouge rather than trying to slot a school that's not intended to do something into an alternate governance model.
And whereas I agree with that 100%, at the same time, I also agree that this school deserves another school. So is DOE committed to trying to make that happen?
We're committed to trying to make it happen, absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lee?
With the recommendation by the superintendent, would this, in effect, permit a new Type 1 school, but it would still be under the control of the local school board?
Yes.
And I don't see what the question is.
Okay.
I'd like for us to vote on it.
Well, since it's my agenda item, a Type 1 charter is a charter school that is approved through the local district. Not approved through LDOE, not approved through BESE. They came to LDOE with a Type 5 charter. Two totally different entities. One is a local and one is a state. Therefore, EBR allowed them to continue to operate their Type 1 charter because they've been in existence since 1997. So they allowed them to do that. However, they applied for a Type 5 charter school with the state. I don't understand John Superintendent White, point in reference to the Type 1 and the Type 5, because these are two totally different type of charters that's governed under two totally different bodies. That's first and foremost. But with that being said, since Heather made the point that the policy at hand that we have currently does not allow BESE to approve a charter without the recommendation of LDOE, I don't know if we have to vote on this motion, but I will keep the original motion as is and ask that LDOE bring forth their recommendation for approval for J.K. Haynes in the December BESE meeting.
Are you making a substitute motion with that request?
Where is our, well, it could be a substitute motion. I'm amending the motion.
Amending the motion.
So the motion would be amended at hand is consideration of request for the state superintendent of education to reconsider the recommendation regarding the Type 5 charter application submitted by J.K. Haynes Charter School in the response to the 2013 request for charter school application be submitted to BESE by December, the next
Staff,
BESE meeting.
could you come to the microphone again, please? You had stated earlier that after researching this issue, you come to the conclusion that it's not in order for BESE to approve a Type 5 without getting first a recommendation for approval from the superintendent.
Correct. Bulletin 126 lays that
Would
out.
you say, what would your opinion be regarding BESE directing the superintendent to bring an approval of a Type 5 charter school? Is that essentially the same thing?
I would imagine so, that it would be requesting him to reconsider, which I thought is what Ms. Hill stated, to reconsider his recommendation. But his recommendation could remain the same, which would be to not bring it forward.
Is your motion to bring forth a recommendation or to bring forth an approval, a recommendation of approval?
I guess my question for you, Heather, would be, as a board, do we have the ability to make a recommendation, to make a recommendation to the superintendent as approval?
I'd have to look through the bulletin again. The way the language is stated is that the bulletin states that the board votes on all Type 2 and Type 4 applications that come to it through the LDOE process. So you vote for either approvals or denials. For Type 5s, it says only those recommendations by the state superintendent for approval come before the board. So whether or not you all can direct the state superintendent to make a specific recommendation, I don't know that that's fully addressed in bulletin, but considering that bulletin provides for you all to receive the recommendation of the state superintendent, it doesn't seem to gel.
It seems to
with what is
conflict.
in bullet. Yeah,
Okay,
seems
the
to
chair
conflict.
is going to rule that the motion is out of order, so we're going to go with the original motion. Do we have any other comments from BESE members?
State the motion, please.
The motion is to receive.
Well, let's do this. I'm going to read what it says, and I'm going to amend the original motion. Consideration of requests for the state superintendent of education to reconsider the recommendation regarding the Type 5 charter application submitted by J.K. Haynes Charter School in response to the 2013 request for charter school application by December next BESE meeting.
That
So
is
I'm
a,
amending it and adding that I would like the request, meaning the approval, or whatever the outcome may be, to be reported to BESE by the next board meeting.
And I would say that that's right in line with our plan.
So, okay.
You have no objections?
I have no objections to a report on reconsidering the Type 5 application at the December meeting.
Right. Not a report. I want an actual, a decision.
No, that's fine, absolutely.
I have a question for Heather. Once we receive the decision from the superintendent, whatever the outcome may be, then as a board, we are able to actually reconsider his approval. I mean, not reconsider his approval, but reconsider his decision, whether it's accept or reject. You follow me?
Yeah, so since the bulletin language is very specific that for Type 5s explicitly, you all only consider the state superintendent's recommendations for approval. So if the state superintendent is not recommending somebody, you all never get to vote on that, whether you agree or disagree with his recommendation on denial. So if the state superintendent doesn't recommend approval. Per policy, I don't see provisions for how that a type 5 could come to you all outside of the state superintendent recommending it as outlaid in bulletin without a change to bulletin language.
Okay, we're going to move on to the speakers.
Oh, no, I'm not done. I have some more questions.
I'm not a
Ms.
lawyer,
Hill,
I'll
you've
say that.
Because for
spoken
me- well, for
several
me-
times, and
No,
we have a
that's
general
fine, but this
rule
is an issue that
of
I've worked
speaking
for.
twice
No, that's fine.
to an issue.
No, this is an issue that I've worked for.
And
so
I
I'm
will
trying
allow
to
you
get
to speak
clarity.
again after we listen to the speakers.
Okay, well,
So
I
let's
guess this is the issue
hear-
at hand for me because it appears that we don't know policy. Or not that we don't know policy, we don't understand the process. So maybe while the individuals from the public are going to come speak, maybe you can get the accurate information and the facts, or
Thank
maybe
you.
get legal counsel.
Can we hear from State Rep Dalton Honore? And while he is speaking, can we have State Representative Patricia Smith come down, please? Mr. Honore?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dalton Honore, State Representative from District 63, which includes Zachary, Baker, North Baton Rouge. I'm here today in support of Ms. Hill's motion. I live across the street from Crestworth Middle School, and I've lived there for 43 years. I've seen the school we're talking about go from a heyday of almost 800 students to today less than 200 students. I represent the best school district in the state. I represent the worst. I represent 2 charter schools. One is doing excellent, the one we're talking about. And the other one is in the second stage of management, a new form of management, a new group of managers. But we bring in people from out of state to take over a school system because they got a proven record, allegedly, from where they come from. We're talking about the school in my community, and I've been there all my life. I represent the community. I grew up there in the neighborhood. We're talking about community schools. I also supported charter schools. I voted for the charter schools in the state legislature. When I came into office, I came into this office with an intent to change some of the system we have. If the old system wasn't working, let's change it. State Department of Education said Crestworth Middle School was a takeover school. The state took it over. They handed it to a private organization. It failed. They stepped back in, and today they're looking for somebody to operate the school. It's a good facility. It's an old facility, but it's one of our modern ones here in East Baton Rouge Parish. But then I turned to J.K. Haynes, and that school been in operation for 13 years in the district I represent, in my community. How much more do we have to prove? We talk about startup schools giving charters to people who just starting out. And we're talking about somebody in my community who's been here, who will be here a long time after I'm gone. I live in my community because I want to be here. I've met with the superintendent of education on numerous occasions concerning education for the state of Louisiana. I'm a strong supporter of charter schools, but I'm a strong supporter of charter schools that's excelling. I also represent Southern University and Southern University Laboratory School. I have seen the parents wanted a better school at the laboratory school, and voted for tuition increase on themselves to make it a better school. Today that school is at capacity. I can see the same thing happening to the school across the street from my house. Not down the street, right across. The last time you had it with a private organization, we had 4 different principals there. And when I questioned it, everybody indicated, we got some problems there, but you don't know the reason. So we started all over again, and our enrollment continued to fall. And I'd like to see that school come back to the day when it had 700, 800 students. I also live next door to, across the street from the elementary school, which live side by side. The elementary school in EBR is doing good, but our neighborhood kids got to be bussed out of there because they can't go next door. We talk about neighborhood schools. We talk about quality education. I'm here in support of the J.K. Haynes School, the recommendations Ms. Hill has given, and I ask you for your support in it. Thank you.
Ms. Smith? And while Ms. Smith is speaking, can we have State Rep Regina Barrow come down, please?
I think she left. I don't think she's here.
Okay. Then can we have James Finney come down, please? Ms. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey, for giving me the opportunity to speak to the committee again. My history with J.K. Haynes goes back to my years on the school board in East Baton Rouge Parish, since I was on the chartering committee and made the recommendation to also not only charter J.K. Haynes, but Children's Charter at the same time. So those 2 schools were the first in the area of Baton Rouge of charter schools. 16 years these charters have been in East Baton Rouge Parish and have been very successful, as you already know, and J.K. Haynes has also been an exemplary school. I am concerned about a number of things, and one in particular, and I know you could probably say this is hearsay, but I was informed that the reason that J.K. Haynes was turned down was that they were told they could not handle a turnaround school. They could not handle a turnaround school. But yet I know that BESE approved Children's Charter for a middle school, even though they gave it back. They gave it back to the state. Their charter was given back. Based on prior comments that we've heard in all the discussion on charters a few minutes ago, we know that Cajun Butterflies was denied or not approved by the charter operator that you have to review your charters, but the superintendent had the ability to approve that over the fact that they were not approved by your provider, your charter reviewer. You just approved a number of charters, some with not exemplary records at all. And you've done that a number of times, and I can go back in history and talk about Advanced Baton Rouge and how they ruined the schools in East Baton Rouge Parish. And I can talk about the fact that you had to get rid of them, and the fact that you also gave them more schools when they were not doing well with the schools that they had. So even when providers have come to you with baggage, you've made these approvals for charter providers to take over schools. So even though J.K. Haynes applied for a Type 1 and graciously was given that Type 1 by EBR, I believe their track record of dealing with the student population that they have gives them the expertise to be able to run a Type 5 turnaround school. You know, I'm a certified, not certified anymore, but I used to teach elementary. My certification was K through 8. So therefore, when you had K through 8, you could teach middle school as well. I would guarantee you that those teachers that are teaching those 5th graders can do a darn good job with 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, even in a turnaround situation. It's also important to recognize that when charter providers have come into the East Baton Rouge Parish school system, there is a total lack of trust. That lack of trust has caused those parents to not actually take advantage of the charter programs. So therefore, you end up with fewer children in the schools than the schools can hold. But now you have a charter provider that lives in the neighborhood. Schools and kids live in the neighborhood. The folks live in Baton Rouge, not very far from the school. There's a great trust factor, I know, that would be eliminated, mistrust factor that would be eliminated if this school were given an opportunity to run a Type 5. And you would not have people leaving this Type 5, but maybe going to it because of who was running it. I think that reconsideration should be given just based on that. The fact that you lose a population every time you bring in a charter provider into East Baton Rouge Parish Schools, because parents don't trust you, nor do they trust the providers. So I would hope that even based on that, you would give serious consideration to them getting a Type 5 charter. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I say?
Yes, Mr. Superintendent.
First of all, I just personally wanted to thank Representative Honore and Representative Smith, and they're obviously both champions of public education, and much appreciated for your time. I know you've been sitting here for some time as well. I want you to know that we don't disagree with anything that you said about the quality of the school and about some of the challenges that have come with the work in East Baton Rouge Parish, Representative. None of that is wrong. All of it is right. We agree with it. We believe, however, let's just be very clear, this is about a building. All of this is about a building. And I understand that ultimately, and we agree with, the school should find a building. However, in our experience, when you're working with a local school system, there are many considerations to come into account. And I ask, as respected legislators and board members, I certainly ask you and Ms. Hill, who put forward the motion. I agreed with your second motion because we need a little bit more time to work with East Baton Rouge on the scenario. There is an overall plan that involves Type 1s, Type 5s, traditional schools, and multiple buildings. We need time to work with them. That is why I supported Ms. Hill's second motion of coming back in December with a final decision once that work is done. And it is why I don't disagree with anything that Representative Honore or Representative Smith said here today.
Okay, thank you. While Mr. Finney is speaking, could we have Ariel Patrick come down, please? Mr. Finney?
Thank you. I checked the minutes on August 15th. The East Baton Rouge Parish School System unanimously approved the application from J.K. Haynes for either a Type 1 or a Type 3 charter. And the location that got the most favorable mention during the discussion was Crestworth Middle. As for Superintendent White's comments about the difficulty in running a turnaround, considering the low enrollment at Crestworth, there's not much difference between the new school and the turnaround. Of the few dozen students that are there, 1/3 of them are presumably going to graduate to high school by the end of the year. There won't be that many carryovers. I don't think that will be a problem. Neither did the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board. That's why they would have approved Type 3 as an option. I think I heard you, Superintendent White, say a moment ago that these alleged discussions between you and my elected school board would be wrapped up and ready for presentation in December. Is that correct?
I think the questions are going the other way, but for the sake of this discussion, I said that we would be back to the board with a report. It is my hope that this scenario will be wrapped up, but this is not the only school that's involved in this work with East Baton Rouge.
Thank you. Given what I've seen as the departments and the RSD's aversion to transparency, I'll believe any fruitful facility discussions are underway when I see evidence of that. Each of you have in your inboxes what I would recommend as a substitute motion that you would consider, which I plan to read now just for the sake of the record, because I don't believe any of you will have the good sense to consider it. Trust me, it's short. That is that for every school operated by the Recovery School District, either directly or via another party.
Mr. Finney, please come to a conclusion.
It'll be quick. During the 2013-14 school year, the state superintendent shall, by October 31st, invite proposals from the local school boards with jurisdiction in each of the local education areas from which the Recovery School District assumed control. And I will condense but the idea is I'd like to see every school board in which the RSD has screwed things up given the chance to offer something better, so the BESE can consider it. I would like to see St. Helena Middle return to local control. I would like to see the same thing happen in North Baton Rouge. I would like to see local control over Kenilworth Middle because I don't trust the state's oversight, and I'm sure there's probably some folks in Point Capee and Caddo Parish that may want that opportunity also, and thank you for the extra time.
While Mr. Rill is speaking, could we have Diane Haynes come down, please?
Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Averill Patrick. I come to you first as a parent of a student, of two students who are presently attending J.K. Haynes Elementary, a concerned citizen of North Baton Rouge. Also, I'm representing the Prince Hall Masonic family, Blazing Star 114, Baton Rouge Consistory 179, and Prince Hall Shriners, Ismail Temple 154. I've sat here all day and I watched several of you argue the issue of allowing an out-of-state entity to come into our state and start charter schools. As an African-American male, I'm insulted because repeatedly you tell us we have to meet higher and higher and higher standards. When will you trust your own educational system and the people of your state to run your institutions? We cop out too much and give too many responsibilities to other people for our children. I'm a citizen of North Baton Rouge. My mother was the first director of J.K. Haynes Elementary Charter School. When they passed the test the first time, you didn't believe that the children passed the test. They had to be retested and did better on the second test. After 17 years, they're still testing and passing the test. What other test would you like for us as individuals in North Baton Rouge to pass? Is it that we have to go recruit someone from out of state to come in and help us facilitate? I think we're intelligent enough to see. Stevie Wonder can see what's going on here. The media's here, the room's full, and I'm not one to be naive and turn a blind eye to things that are not fair. It is simply ridiculous, unacceptable, and I'm embarrassed to be a citizen of this state sometime. We need to...
Mr. Rill, please come to a conclusion.
Reconsider the children, because they are our future, and they will have to take care of us when we are old and can't take care of ourselves. Think of the children in North Baton Rouge who will possibly become victims of the streets, filling our institutions of incarceration, being supported by the state welfare system. Because of lack of opportunities that you have the opportunity to give them now, instead of putting it off till tomorrow. I would ask you that you please consider passing this today and stop wasting our taxpayers' money, time, and your time. This is something that could be done and over with, and we can move forward with bettering our city, state, and our country. Thank you.
Ms. Haynes, while Ms. Haynes is speaking, can we have Kimberly Haynes come down, please?
Good afternoon, BESE board members. I'm Diana Haynes. I'm currently the principal of J.K. Haynes Elementary Charter School, and I want to thank you for those flattering remarks about our track record, because we have had a wonderful track record. I said it before when I was here in August that I still differ with you, Superintendent White, on taking over a school and starting a school, but that's my opinion. I have 3 letters that I would just like to share with you. They're very brief, but one is from Cedric Richmond, who is our representative in Congress. I have another letter from Reverend John Montgomery, a renowned pastor in that community. And I also have another letter from Reverend Litt, who is also in that North Baton Rouge community. So very briefly, I would like to share these letters with you. I think they were emailed to you, but for the public, I would like to at least read them. The first is from Cedric Richmond. Dear BESE members, I'm writing this letter in support of J.K. Haynes' charter, receiving your approval of a Type 5 charter school. J.K. Haynes has been a pillar in the community for over 16 years with his child-centered and nurturing environment. Similar to its namesake, the late Dr. J.K. Haynes, the elementary school has been a beacon of education for over 3,000 students, and the North Baton Rouge area has flourished since its inception. As a congressman for the district, I can wholeheartedly say that J.K. Haynes' charter will aid in the development and growth of our young children. It has a proven track record, achieving high test scores, improving students' overall performance, and creating supplemental programs to enhance the learning capacity of the students. I recognize that the northern part of the parish is in dire need of more middle schools. Skilled charter school operators such as Haynes have the ability to take over a school in our community, such as Crestworth Middle School, and build it into one of that core curriculum is based on problem solving and communication skills. Even though North Baton Rouge is new to my district, I have personally known the Haynes family for over 15 years, and they produced an exceptional educational product. It is my understanding that on August 13, 2013, even though BESE did not recommend J.K. Haynes for approval as a Type 5 charter, Superintendent John White mentioned that he would reconsider Haynes at your next BESE meeting on October 15, 2013. There is a tremendous need for a charter school operator such as J.K. Haynes to continue to provide a comprehensive, quality education to students in the North Baton Rouge community and build future leaders for tomorrow. I stand by the community, students, and parents in support of J.K. Haynes being granted a Type 5 middle school charter and taking over specifically the Crestworth Middle School facility. I also have a letter, and these are very brief, from Reverend Montgomery. The font is a little small, so I might have a little problems, but I'm going to try to do my best. It is my prayer that this letter finds you well. I write this letter in support of the J.K. Haynes Charter School being the entity to shape Crestworth School. As the pastor of Greater King David Baptist of over 5,000 members located in the Crestworth area, we have a very special interest in this school and community. J.K. Haynes has a proven record of success. Their model works and should be given the chance to expand. We should work in partnership with them to make the school better and more productive for our children. Thus, I am strongly requesting that you grant a favorable decision for J.K. Haynes and give us all the opportunity to work together for the excellence of our children. And just the last letter, which is still very brief, is from Reverend Litt, who is the pastor of Greater New Galilee Baptist Church. Members of the BESE Board, this letter is written from a twofold advantage to relate my feelings concerning the request before you by J.K. Haynes School to have a middle school added to its credentials, first as a parent, second as a pastor and community leader. Two of my sons attended J.K. Haynes before moving further in their educational pursuits. While there, I observed focused and dedicated teachers who worked with each student, who accepted whatever difficulties they brought with them as their starting point and who never gave up. I interacted with the principal of the school, Mrs. Diana Haynes, frequently through programs, meetings, correspondence from the school informing me of what was going on. As pastor of Greater New Galilee Baptist Church, which is located around the corner from the school, many of my members have been students there. I have observed educational growth in them as I share their progress towards specific goals with other children who did not attend the school. The foundation that is gained in the elementary school needs to further continue. Many parents of fifth graders have been concerned about where their children would go to continue their educational growth, the historic teaching, and the social development of the elementary level provider. They are concerned about the safety and caring environment continuing. Sadly, if a child is not magnet material, those choices are limited. I implore you to continue providing quality to our educational system. I implore you to continue to allow the leaders of J.K. Haynes Elementary Charter School and middle school to expand their focus with as children as they continue to strive for excellence. Lastly, I implore you to grant them a middle school type 5 for our children. Their futures and ours depend on this. And Superintendent White, I did not know of any correspondence that you have with EBR. Maybe you can expound on that a little bit more. I have not been privy to that. I don't know about any space that type 1 charters have been granted. So, maybe you can talk about that a little bit more. And for the record, Pat Smith and I are not related, okay? Just wanted to say that.
Okay.
We would be sisters in color, but we're not related.
Ms. Kimberly
I love her
Haynes?
to death, though. Good
Okay.
afternoon.
We went way over time on the first Ms. Haynes, so if you could keep it under 2 minutes, that would be very helpful.
Sure.
And while you're speaking, if we could have Reverend Dr. Warren.
He's not here.
He's
He
not
had
here?
to leave. He's been
Well, then
since
could we
9.
have Gail
Turn to Gail
Ray?
Gail Ray.
Come down, please. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Haynes, and I am representing J.K. Haynes Charter. I'm an attorney, so I'm legal counsel, as well as Dr. J.K. Haynes' granddaughter. So I'm going to take off my legal hat and talk to you from the heart about why I feel that it's very important to grant us the Type 5 Charter. Firstly, we live in the community. We live in the North Baton Rouge Parish community. We have lived there for over 50 years. The legacy of my grandfather extends far beyond my being. Mr. Romer, I'm sure that your father, former Governor Buddy Romer, can attest to the legacy of my grandfather as he appointed him charter member of the Board of Regents for Higher Education in Louisiana. The legacy is there. We live in the community. We know the community. With our elementary charter school being in existence for more than 16 years, we know the children of our community. We have nurtured them. We have provided comfort and support. We have provided them great problem solving and communication skills. We have been in that community for a long time, and we've very much been an impact to the community. And we want to continue to educate the children in our community. We love them, we live there, and we know that community. We know the children. The J.K. Haynes Elementary children are succeeding in so many levels. We have a proven track record. We're local operators. We care. We have that caring arm. We love those children. The community has supported us. Since our last board meeting here, we have had hundreds of supporters to come to us, either through correspondence that my mom has just read, or through emails, or through communications over the telephone. We have the support of the families in North Baton Rouge Parish. We have the support of the children, and we have the support of our elected officials. So I would really implore you, Superintendent White, it's not as simple as just getting a building. It's because we want to maintain our presence in the community that we love, we live, and we know about. So I would implore you again to consider us, to accept our charter application as a Type 5 school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And while Ms. Ray is speaking, could we have Ms. Barbara Freiberg come down, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Gail Ray, and I'm a board member of J.K. Haynes Elementary Charter School. I'm also an attorney in Baton Rouge. I've been practicing for 35 years. My initial practice was as the first public defender in the juvenile facility here in East Baton Rouge Parish when they first decided that juveniles could have attorneys representing them on their cases. So I'm always concerned about education for students, because when I first began to practice, now I do criminal defense, a lot of the students that I represented, we would ask them how far they had gone in school, and they would say 10th grade. I have discovered that recently when I find out how far they've gone in school, they're starting to say 8th grade, which means that they're dropping out at earlier ages. I want to reiterate everything that's been said before about the dedication of J.K. Haynes Charter School, but what I want to speak about is a personal experience. You talk about turnaround schools. What I want to talk about is turnaround students. I know students that I personally were having trouble in school, in the public school, that when J.K. Haynes first started, I told the mother, would you send her to J.K. Haynes? She went to J.K. Haynes, she flourished, she now has a son that's at J.K. Haynes. As a personal matter, in 1998, my sister passed, leaving a 4-year-old son. They were from Maryland. He came to live with me. I enrolled him in J.K. Haynes Charter School in pre-K. But the first few months, I couldn't even get him out the car without walking him there and walking him back. He finished from J.K. Haynes Charter School. He's now a sophomore at LSU. He received TOPS, and this is what I find most fascinating. This is his 3rd semester of Chinese. But all that from the foundation that he got from being a child too scared to get out of the car to a child that on Saturday, one of my friends from Atlanta called because she was watching the game and she spotted him in the crowd standing up cheering and hollering and being very outgoing. The way that they are able to shape and deal with the children. Now, I could have sent my nephew to any school, but he was there with a mix of children. There was a lot of diversity in the background from which they came, and I thought that was a good thing.
Ms. Craig, could you come to a conclusion,
right.
please?
I think that they will, if you stop thinking so much about turnaround schools and think about turnaround children, then maybe you would reconsider and decide to grant to J.K. Haynes the section of the Division 5 charter. Thank you.
Ms. Freiberg?
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak to you. I am Barbara Freiberg. I am a member of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board that approved J.K. Haynes as a Type 1 charter. We approved them as a Type 1 charter for their middle school because we believe they have a great track record in our district. They're one of the oldest schools. We approved them in spite of the fact that we didn't know where we could locate them, because over a third of our schools our middle schools are in RSD control. And I want to encourage you, Superintendent White, and that's the reason I'm here. I don't know of conversations about Crestworth or any other middle schools, but right now we know that we have 3 of the middle schools that are in the RSD that are well under capacity, schools that have probably a capacity for close to 1,000 students with about 200 in them and some less than that. So I encourage you. We all, I think, believe this can be a good middle school. I encourage you, whether we co-inhabit or whether we get a school, to work with us to find a location for this school, because I think together we can do that. And thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Freiberg. Mr. Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, if I might, I believe that Ms. Freiberg's comments summarize very well what seem like our mutual positions, which is that there are many buildings in question, that there are many schools in question, and that we need to come to an agreement between the school districts. I support every comment that was made about J.K. Haynes, and certainly by Representative Honore, Representative Smith, and others, as well as the Haynes family, and we look forward to working with East Baton Rouge to find a location for the building. That hasn't happened yet, which is why I support Ms. Hill's motion to bring a decision on that question to the December meeting.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Can we have a reading of the motion, please?
Okay. A motion of Ms. Beebe, seconded by Ms. Hill. The School Innovation and Turnaround Committee recommends that the board receive the request for the State Superintendent of Education to reconsider the recommendation regarding the Type 5 charter application submitted by J.K. Haynes Charter School in response to the 2013 request for charter school applications, and direct the State Superintendent of Education to bring forth a report at the December 2013 BESE meeting regarding his recommendation concerning J.K. Haynes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. We can now move on to the third item on our lengthy agenda. Our short agenda, really. Can we read the third item, please?
Third item, page 14. Consideration of a report on school performance scores for all RSD schools operated and chartered. The department recommendation is to defer until the November RSD meeting and approve the extension of a timeline to request to return to the Orleans Parish School Board.
So move.
We have a motion by Ms. Bofi, a second by Mr. Gio. Do we have any questions? We have a comment. Okay. Can we have Mr. Finney, James Finney, come down, please?
While we wait for Mr. Finney, if I may...
Ms. Gio, a second. Mr. Romer.
Is January 2nd, is that the best, I mean, is that the best date, given, I'm just wondering, based on the holidays, if it should be, it's a very inconsequential statement I'm making, but I wonder, is there any magic to it being the 2nd?
Well, we appreciate the comment. You're good at those. Is that directed to the superintendent, or...
Anybody that think that, is there a magic to the January 2nd extension? I mean, is it?
Yes, the RSD requested that date. They can.
I just wonder, because of the holidays, would it be better to be January 5th? Does that make a difference? It's the first business day?
Yeah.
Okay.
In other words, it is the earliest day.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Finney.
Thank you. I just find it appalling that it's mid-October and the school performance scores are not yet released. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finney. Do we have any questions on this item from BESE members? Hearing none, do we have any objection to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 15. Item 4.1, consideration of an update report on the approved St. Landry reconstitution plan for Cresswell Elementary.
And I think Mr. Dobard, Superintendent Dobard, wanted to address this item.
Part of the recommendation is to receive.
Question from BESE members, if we could hold those until after Mr. Superintendent Dobard speaks, that would be great. But before we do that, do we have a motion to receive? Second? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, I'm Patrick Dobard, Superintendent of Louisiana Recovery School District. I'll be very brief because I know we're way behind. But I just would be remiss if I didn't take a moment to just really recognize the really great work that's happened in St. Landry. Oftentimes we hear nothing but, I guess, the criticisms of RSD, and sometimes rightfully deserved, but most times not. I'm a bit partial to that. However, in the case of St. Landry and the work that we've done at Creswell, I commend the superintendent. I'm not sure if Mr. Joseph's here and his team, and Ms. Casimir. And I know they asked, they just wanted to be recognized from the audience, along with Mr. Jobert, who I believe is still here, principal of Creswell School. What we did was, in the first time for the RSD's existence, to be able to have a school that was RSD eligible, and as you are aware, to guarantee those students a seat in a high-performing school that had been just literally a couple of blocks away. We had the pleasure of doing a tour of the school with Mr. Jobert and his staff, and you would not know if a student was at Creswell the year before or at Park Vista before. I think what capped everything for us, and this will be our final report on it, but we will stay intimately involved, was when I went into one of the labs with one of the students who was previously at Creswell, and when myself and Holly Reed, who's on our team, we asked the young lady, how's everything going? with you all going to this new school? And is everything, you know, what you had hoped for? And she looked me in the eye and she said, perfect. And so we thank the board, we thank the leadership of the school for making a situation that oftentimes is not perfect, but in the eyes of a youngster who now they're no longer in the F school, but in a B school, and there's nothing other than quality education going on, and it's something that we all work together to make certain we ensure this quality for kids is truly exciting. So I thank you for receiving the report, and we'll continue to work with all districts around the state to make certain that we do our job of guaranteeing that every child is prepared for college and career and has a great experience. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions
Mr.
from
Chair.
board members? Ms. Bophy?
Not a question. I just want to commend the work that's going on with the leadership in St. Landry and the leadership in the school to provide this kind of opportunity for the kids. This is a great story, and so thank you so much for making it work out in the kids' favor.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from BESE members? And before we move on from this item, I'd like to highlight this once again as an example of BESE not moving to take over a school, even though our policy in this situation would have been to do so. We have one speaker on this item, Mr. James Finney. Waive, okay. Do we have any objections to the motion that's on the floor? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is on page 42. Item 5.1, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 134 Tuition Donation Rebate Program to align with statutory requirements. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
So moved.
Mr. Gio, Ms. Bradford, second. Do we have any questions from BESE members? Ms. Beebe.
My concern deals with item 3, the redacting of taxpayer names and identification numbers, but not necessarily the identification numbers, particularly if they're Social Security numbers. But I need to ask what happened to transparency. You know, these are donations that are made, and I think the public has a right to know. I know that we are required as state officials to post our income and so forth. So if these individuals are donors, then I think they should. It should be a part of the process that they have an identification. That's
Okay.
my personal opinion.
Do we have any other comments from BESE members? Hearing none, we have a motion on the floor. We have two speakers, Mr. James Finney. And while he is on his way down, Ms. Lee Barrios. If you could come down also, that would be helpful. Ms. Barrios, why don't you start first, if you don't mind?
Lee Barrios, St. Tammany. We think alike, Dr. Beebe and I. That's a huge problem I have with this. Why would we redact the names of taxpayers? Here we are struggling with, and we're going to be discussing that later, about personally identifiable information about students because of compass and testing, and yet we want to redact just the name of a taxpayer who donates to this. I don't think that that's transparent at all. Yes, Social Security numbers and tax ID numbers, but certainly not the taxpayers' names. I ask you not to redact those. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Finney, while you're speaking, if we could have Mary Patricia Ray come down, please, that would be helpful. Mr. Finney.
I would just like to second Ms. Barrios' comments. Transparency is key. If you hide the names, this is just ever more creep toward support of the rich at the expense of the poor. I think transparency is key. The whole program is creepy to me, but the more transparency you can give it, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ray?
Hi, I'm Mary Patricia Ray with the Louisiana Federation of Teachers. I just wanted to speak to a couple of points about the changes to the bulletin. An important provision being deleted from this bulletin under the proposed notice of intent would create an opportunity for, and therefore a likelihood that unsavory and unethical relationships will develop between school tuition organizations and particular non-public schools. The proposed rule change would eliminate the requirement in Section 703 that advertisement of scholarships by tuition organizations not indicate a preference or a promotion of a particular non-public school. The law governing uses of scholarship donations and adopted by the legislature in 2012, which allows for totally uncapped rebates via this tax shelter, unwisely allows tuition organizations to spend a portion of the tuition scholarship amount donated to advertise scholarship availability. That's just in the statute, so there's nothing that I could ask this board to do about that. However, this bulletin contains several advertisement prohibitions, one of them being the aforementioned prohibition on preference being advertised. Allowing tuition organizations to advocate, advertise, and promote particular schools will lead to unethical advertising to parents and to the public that will assist particular non-public schools in achieving backdoor selective admissions via advertisements they didn't even have to pay for. No public school in the state of Louisiana gets to engage in free advertisement based on a loophole created by a tax shelter for donations to public schools, and that's because such a rebate doesn't exist. Imagine this scenario. A parent of a student at non-public school A donates to a tuition organization with the implicit understanding that the organization will use the donation to recruit students for school A or another school of parents' choosing, so that the donator would like to see attending, I think you see what I'm getting at. Essentially, parents could donate to a tuition organization with implicit understanding that that scholarship is going to go to a particular school. And now we've made it even easier for tuition organizations to engage in that kind of unethical behavior because we've taken away the prohibition on them advertising for a particular school. So now they're allowed to go out there, promote, and show a preference for one individual school or another individual school, ensuring that a particular person's money makes its way to a particular school. That was not the design of the rebate program, and that provision of this bulletin would have prevented that unethical behavior. There's absolutely no reason to strike that provision from Bulletin 134 that prohibits tuition organizations from becoming a shell game for recruiting of particularly situated students with particular characteristics to particular non-public schools at the cost of the state fisc, at the cost of fewer dollars in our state's general fund, and fewer dollars for children in traditional public schools through the MFP, fewer dollars to assist patients seeking high-quality health care in the public system, and fewer dollars for our state to partner in what the ultimate goal of this board is, a college and career-ready education for every child in our state. That's what the result of this rebate is. So adding another loophole into it that allows for more unethical behavior at the cost of all those things is certainly not a policy that this board should promote. Whether or not this policy of rebates is one that you agree with, every advocate for children should agree that it should not become an ethical black hole in which students aren't provided with a quality choice, quote unquote, but instead a quality pamphlet, a quality sales pitch, advertising the philosophical, political, or financial partner of a particular tuition organization or non-public school. It is totally within the scope of BESE's rulemaking power to promulgate this prohibition. After all, they've already done it once before. And nothing in Louisiana Revised Statute 17-1603, the statute governing this, or any other provision of law would serve to support any argument that there is a requirement to eliminate this language, nor a sound policy reason to do so. For this reason, I would suggest to the members of this board that they make and approve a motion to amend this notice of intent to reflect that the language of Section 703D3 not be stricken from the bulletin at this time. Additionally, and I promise I'm wrapping up, Mr. Chairman, I would like to point out that this board that the approval process for qualifying schools and tuition organizations is required under Louisiana Revised Statute 17-1603 to comply with Brumfield-Dodd. Since this board and the LDOE have recently failed to assure compliance with similar requirements in other contexts, or at least they have created the impression that they have failed to comply by refusing to offer evidence to the contrary, it would likely be appropriate to cross-reference that requirement for non-public school approval in this rulemaking provision governing tuition donation rebates. This additional language would serve to address the public concern regarding the board's and the department's recent prioritization of paying attorney's fees and evading federal law, motivated by a fight to prove a political point and win a battle in which the soldiers who will be sacrificed are the children of our state, over providing data to the Department of Justice. It would soothe the valid concern that policymakers are more concerned with saving face than ensuring that our children can get instruction and resources, and that the citizens of our state get a clear mandate from you all that discrimination is intolerable, or at least intolerable enough to you that the simple ask for data isn't occurring and could be honored. And I really do have one more sentence on this nifty little iPad, Mr. Chairman. For this reason, a motion to amend Section 1101 of this bulletin in order to make it reflect that qualification of a receiving school shall also be contingent upon Brumfield DOT approval would be appropriate. While it could be implied because of requirements for approval of non-public schools under other statutes and bulletin, including a language or a cross-reference to that language would be appropriate to notice the public on the important right of all of our children not to be discriminated against under this tax shelter program.
That was a single sentence.
She's an attorney. We get paid by the word.
I went to public school, Mr. Romer.
I realize I'm learning as well. There may be some value in me having started off this discussion so that we can get some of the facts on the table. Let's just take 2 minutes, if you wouldn't mind, board members, and I can just explain what exactly this is.
2 minutes.
Thank you. 2 minutes, but more than one sentence. This is a program that you wrote regulations about years ago. It simply requires a private donation to a nonprofit organization that then grants a child a scholarship to attend a private school. That's what it does. An individual citizen who has to be a taxpayer provides a donation to a nonprofit organization. That nonprofit then grants a scholarship back. Now, to get out some facts in light of what Ms. Ray said. One, it is capped. You said uncapped. It is capped. It's capped at half of the MFP, roughly. So in other words, it's not spending more. In fact, it's spending less than you would on a traditional public education. Second, it's not a tax shelter. In fact, it has nothing to do with the tax structure. All it has to do with is you have to be a taxpayer to provide the donation. But you don't get a tax rebate, and there's no tax shelter, was the word that she used. Third, you can't have a scholarship organization that's affiliated with just one school under our regulations, as Ms. Ray said. It has to be more than one, according to the law. However, the law does have no requirement that you limit it, that you open it up to every school and you affiliate with every school. So to Ms. Ray's point about, or allegation that there's no sound policy reason for why we're trying to bring this, let me share with you. School tuition organizations, which are nonprofits, have come to us and have said, why would I start this organization here in Louisiana, knowing that there may be a whole set of schools who I don't particularly subscribe to, I have no knowledge of, I don't agree with the beliefs thereof, and grant scholarship donations that could go to that school. And that's a concern. That's going to be a concern of anyone starting these organizations. Well, therefore, organizations have said, we're not going to sign up until you make that change, not allowing us to discriminate, but allowing us to understand. There are hundreds of private schools here. They want to know which schools they're actually affiliating with. That's all this is a change to do. I hope I've answered some factual questions based on this. Also, the Brumfield v. Dodd piece, we believe, is covered in the law. The schools that are eligible are all Brumfield v. Dodd approved, which means that they may not, under a federal court order, discriminate on the basis of race, to cover that allegation as well. So I hope that clarifies some of the facts, and I thank you for your time.
Under 2 minutes. Very good. Thank you. Any questions from BESE members? Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion? One objection by Ms. Beebe. Any other objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 5.2. On page 45, consideration of revisions to Bulletin 133 scholarship programs to reflect a technical change to the audit timeline. The department recommendation is to approve as a notice of intent.
We have a motion to approve. Ms. Moranti, second by Mr. Gill. Do we have any questions by BESE members?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you. This is just one change. The law establishes for the student scholarship program that there shall be an audit performed, a financial audit of the schools. In regulation, we originally proposed to you that the audit take place in a certain time of year. And in retrospect, really should have written the regulation to cover all of the year. In other words, we should be able at any moment to conduct that audit so that, because there are varying things that happen over the course of the year, tuition happens at one point during the year, spending happens at a different point in the year. You should be able to audit those things throughout the year. All we're asking is to remove the restriction that the audit only be done during the spring and allow us to begin auditing some financial areas at other points during the year. For example, you can audit whether the tuition price was right in October. There's no way you should have to wait until the spring. We've now run the program, we've learned this, and we're bringing it back to you for your consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do we have any questions by BESE members? Ms. Hill?
For the notice of intent, however, this policy change would not take an effect until 2014-2015 school year, correct? I mean, would not take an effect, because they have to go through the APA process, we know that. So I guess it would take an effect.
It would become policy now. It would then go through the APA process, yes.
Okay, and once it goes through the process, it becomes a rule, then we can implement the actual policy. So in other words, it won't take place until 2014-2015 school year.
No, because you could then begin auditing on this schedule immediately. But I think you're right. I think it would only take place in, say, the August. You wouldn't have August of this year. You wouldn't have September of this year. But you'd be able to start doing some of these functions this school year.
Okay, so I guess I need some clarity then. So when we create a policy or a policy change to a policy, and it goes, we have to do a notice of intent, then it has to go through the proper protocol required by APA. Are we able to still implement that policy before it goes through the final changes?
No.
We have to wait till
I'm saying we have about a 5-month process, and then we'd be able to implement it this school year. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't think we disagree on this.
Okay, so within the 5-month process. So, so tomorrow they can't say, we have made, BESE have approved this and we want to.
That's true. You're right.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Secondly, to my understanding, the LDOE is asking for all non-public school students' personal information that are not currently scholarship students. So for example, if my child attends a private school and is not a scholarship recipient, they're asking for that information.
Can you read me the line in the exec rec that you're talking about?
Oh, no. There was an email that was sent out to providers that they wanted, LDOE asked for all non-public school students' data, meaning personal information in regards to this actual recommendation.
I don't know. I don't.
Well, maybe
no, I don't know what you're
talking.
talking. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Number one. Number two, we've not done that. And number three, that's not on this item.
Okay, but the reason why I brought it up as a concern, because I have the email that LDOE has requested to non-public school providers to provide information of students that are not scholarship recipient information. So I want to make you aware that that's taking place. And so I want to make sure that as a board, we are covered, that we're not asking providers to submit names of students or information of students that are not a part of the scholarship program. So I want you to know, and I will forward you the email.
If you have an email, I'd love to see the email. We do not engage in that practice, and
I will send you the email.
I'd love to see it. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. We have two speakers. Can we have Ms. Lee Barrios and Mr. James Finney?
Barrios, St. Tammany. The way I read this policy change would change a timeline for an audit, in this case, after the February payment, and on or before May the 1st, too. Superintendent White would have the full ability to set annually, each year, a timeline. It seems to me like this department already has problems getting information that's required out. We don't have school performance scores. The Justice Department is suing because of the data that they have not been provided. I don't understand why anybody would approve of not having a set timeline of some kind for an audit. The public needs to know when that takes place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Mr. Finney?
I also would feel more comfortable if the deadline remains. I don't think there's any harm in the department doing additional audits if they think that's warranted. As a taxpayer, I sure wish there were data available about how all this money is being spent that could instead have been spent on early childhood programs or anything else that might be of more value than supporting private schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Penny. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion?
I object.
Please note Ms. Hill and Ms. Beebe is objecting. Any other objections? Here none, motion carries. That concludes this meeting's agenda.